quickly refresh that. I know you see everything is grayed out and stopped at the second. Just give it a moment and I'll have things up and running. Just doing a thing right quick. Not sure why that didn't work. Well, that's fine. Anyway, onwards. Rubenhout is a small country surrounded by nature. This country has always been ruled by peace-loving queens. Its towns and villages overflow with energy and prosper like none before. Or then. And I didn't get to read the rest of it. It was again paced just perfectly with that much text. However, this country has a dark secret. I used to be able to read that much text that fast, but apparently I've fallen behind. Long ago, the dimensional abyss was created to seal away all the evil in the world. In order to manage that parallel dimension, the Saint of Light created a magic crystal. This crystal was called something. The Abyss Gate. That really doesn't look like a crystal. That really looks like rock to me, but I guess crystal is a rock, so, you know, it makes sense. The country of Rubenhout was founded in order to monitor the Abyss Gate. But time passed. Time has a way of doing that, after all. The seal was broken. And monsters began to pour through the gate to attack Rubenhout. The army, accustomed to peace, didn't know how to retaliate. It's almost like they should have been training for just this moment, but complacency's a bitch. Facing a grim fate, the Queen made a decision. As is her job, yes. To stand up against the great forces of evil. Oh. I thought that was a text box I was supposed to interact with. I think I might have skipped something. Well, we'll figure it out. I seem to recall a good chunk of that gets covered again anyway. There we go. Your journey is about to begin, but before it does, please answer some questions about yourself. Question 1. Right now, you're walking through a deep forest on your way to Rubenhout in order to suppress the monsters that have been disturbing the peace in the area. It is said a great reward awaits anyone who can end the monster threat. What has brought you to Rubenhout? I mean, money's nice. Don't really care about honor or justice that much. But honestly, I'm just kind of here. I'm just kind of there to do things. Question 2. You left behind your hometown when you began your journey to Rubenhout. Where did you live? That's a secret. Question 3. On your way to Rubenhout, you discover a gravely wounded adventurer. He is weakened and cannot move on his own. He asks you, please, can you give me some water? You don't have much water left. What do you do? It's tempting to just go, huh? Just because I'm curious to see if that would even do anything. But I think we have to go the realistic option here. If he's that bad off, giving him water isn't going to save him. So I'll just take what he's got and go on my way. Question 4. You have nearly reached Rubenhout. There is a large lake in front of you, and Rubenhout is on the other side. It is possible to take the road around the lake, however it will take a long time. What do you do? I mean, I feel like it would be obvious if there was a ship nearby that would be able to cross the lake. And I don't like the idea of taking the long road, because that's just not how I do. Swimming across is probably what I would do, taking the direct route. Though I would probably sit there and go, well, I have no fucking clue what to do with this, but let's just swim. Question 5. Overcoming several obstacles, you finally reach the gates of Rubenhout. A signature is required to enter the city. What is your name? It me. Rubenhout Castle, in audience with the Queen. Ah, so you're gonna aid us in defeating the demons? Demons' attacks are numerous. Every day more men are lost in this meaningless struggle. We have held them off at the lower castle gates, but I doubt we can keep them at bay for long. If we continue like this, we will eventually run out of resources. And the monsters will... That is something I must prevent, even if it costs me my life. The evil within the labyrinth grows stronger by the day. When that evil force has regained all of its strength, that will be the day my country falls. Before that happens, we must defeat all the demons. And you are the only one who can do that. For some reason, just you, only you, are special enough to kill all the demons. I will give you this skill. You know, if we are the unique one who's supposed to defeat all demons, why didn't we have this ability already? I feel like we're not nearly as special as she's claiming us to be here. Obtained Soul Capture. That skill allows you to drain skills from enemies. This is all I can do, but I want to do everything I can do to help. Very nice, ABC. Please, find your way through the labyrinth beyond the Abyss Gate and defeat the evil within. No? I see it still there, and it didn't delay the message. I don't know what you're on about, ABC. Everything looks fine on my side. So that our country may someday return to the peace and happiness it once knew. You must have some filter on that's doing that. I don't know what it would be, though. Welcome to the Adventurers Inn. So you're the one who's supposed to suppress the evil of the forces, huh? This inn is for travelers like you. Of course, I don't go through all the trouble of collecting dues, so feel at home. You're wondering why you don't need to pay? You're silly. After making you guys put yourselves in danger, we can't take money from you. Instead, it's your duty to make sure those demons die. I went off on a tangent there. You're probably going to be using the recording function the most here. Diary keeps track of all your progress. I think it's called save or something like that in another world. An adventurer like you never knows when you'll be put in danger, right? So I recommend saving your progress regularly. And you can also leave your items or skills here. Oh yeah, if someone gives you an item and your bags are full, you'll find it here. Don't forget to pick it up. You'll pick up on stuff you're not sure about. Yeah, I have basically like all of the filtering and such off because I've been on the internet long enough, there ain't much that'll be able to shock me. So, I just let it all fly so I know what I'm looking at. Hey, welcome. This is Willem's General Store. Willem's my name, of course. Wow, 2 bots already? God damn. We're just on a roll already here. I shouldn't use my name as the General Store's name? That's up to me now, isn't it? It's been my dream to own my stone store. Jeez, the tools you need for your quest can only be found here, you know? You're gonna be a regular in no time, so you could show a little more respect. And what do you want today? Yeah, your typical gears all sold here, including skills, which are way too damn expensive, so we won't be buying any of those. I shouldn't need any of this stuff based on how it went when we were doing the test, so we should be fine. Okay, yeah, the sound looks fine. Oh yeah, if you find something interesting in the labyrinth, let me know. Because it may be some treasure you won't normally get. So let's see, we got the Abyss Information Center, we got the castle. We already were at the castle, so there's no point in going back there. What's going on over here at the plaza? Hathorn Plaza. Who do you like to talk to? All of these goddamn people. So you're the new adventurer. I was wondering what kind of tough-looking guy you'd be, but you're pretty normal. Well, can't just judge a book by its cover. You're okay, right? We're pretty worried right now. The Queen's hiring a lot of adventurers. I bet she told you were special. Boy, you were stupid if you believe that one. No one's been able to get deep in the labyrinth. If the evil keeps getting stronger, what's gonna happen to this town? You don't want to think about that, kid. You'll be better off not worrying about that. Hello. So you're the adventurer Granny Resmet that I was talking about. Granny Resmet knows everything because she can read the future. Well, that's what she said anyway. My brother said she's right, but I wonder... What, my brother? My brother's a soldier. He's in the dimensional labyrinth right now, fighting lots and lots of demons. My brother's the strongest. He's probably going to defeat the evilest demon of them all. If he isn't already dead. No offense to you, but as long as my brother's there, you won't be needed. That's fine, I'm getting paid anyway. Hey, not another ignorant fool who doesn't value his life. Jeez. The Queen should look at people before she hires them. What could you possibly... Hey, what's with those eyes? You don't like what I gotta say about you? Well, at least you got pride. Sorry, my name's Gamel. I'm a soldier here, but the Queen isn't giving us permission to attack. I'm a little frustrated. Letting the monsters have their way and not retaliating. Damn, I want to go to Labyrinth too. You know, I get where he's coming from, but some people need to stay behind so the town doesn't get overrun. Oh, nice to meet you. My name's Phinia. I sell flowers here in Pathorn Plaza. But unfortunately, I haven't had any flowers to sell lately. Flowers in the mountains have been affected by the evil and are poisoned. Also, demons have begun showing up in the mountains, so there's risk of being attacked. It's just terrible. What should I do? At this rate, there'll be nothing left for me to do. I'm sure they can find you work to do, especially when everybody's getting ripped apart by monsters. I'm sure there's plenty of work to be done. Adventurer, my name's Dole. I'd say Resmeta and I have lived in the longest in this kingdom, which is why we have knowledge that you youngins don't. Damn kids not knowing anything. If you ever need some information, feel free to stop by. If I can remember it. Damn it, old man. Oh, so you're the new adventurer. How did I know? Easy, I'm Reuben Holt's fortune teller. Also, I have eyes, stupid. I keep them closed, but they work, most of the time. You don't know about astrology? Astrology is the art of reading the movements of the stars and telling one's fortune. That's why we know what's going to happen to the kingdom before it happened. However, I can't see the outcome of the battle because the Lord of the Abyss is blocking my sight. I'm sorry, but I can only tell you your near future. You're going to die, by the way. Good luck. If that's all you need, come to me. I'm not sure how often I'll visit the plaza because I doubt there's anything super useful that'll happen there, and that's going to be a lot of different voices to go through every time. Abyss Information Center. This is the information desk. All of the demons that are in the labyrinth are going to be stronger than you think. That's why I want you to learn the basics of combat here, before you leave for your adventure. We already know all these things from when I did the sampler, so no thank you. Good day, sir. We already were at the castle, so off to the Abyss Gate we go. It's time to get to work. Just double check my menu right quick. Yep, those stats will be fine, because we don't have any choice but for them to be fine. Alright. So you're the new adventurer. Well, I've been commanded to explain some of the things you'll find around the castle, so listen carefully. This big door is the Abyss Gate. It's a mysterious door that connects you with the other dimension. I've heard that the Queen's ancestors created it when they sealed off the demons. But honestly, I don't know. All I know is that beyond here is a dungeon, and it's a space connected to many kinds of worlds. Well, and the other thing I know is that the chance of you coming home alive is slim. But that's all dependent on how talented you are, so it really doesn't matter to me. Are you saying I'm mean? But it's true, I didn't ask for this, you know. Well, I'll feel a little uneasy if you don't come back, so take this with you. Potions are medicines that will recover your life. I think there's nothing weird in it, but we're talking about Whelm here. Saint Statue's an escape item. You can use it to escape from the dimensional labyrinth. It's perfect for a wuss like you, right? And what else? Oh, yeah. You know what a parallel world is, right? Well, the dimensional labyrinth is exactly that. Even if you beat a demon, it doesn't mean it applies in other dimensions. I guess it's called a parallel world. Did you say there's no point in beating them? That's not true. Beating demons does contribute to a favorable outcome. And plus, at the end, all these parallel worlds must lead to one supreme demon. Well, don't think too hard about it. Just follow the path you think is right. Well, I'm done with my explanation. You have any questions? My name? I'll tell you my name if you can come back safely. What's the point of telling you if you're not gonna come back? Just come back safe and sound, okay? So what are you gonna do? Time to go killing. Onwards. Oh yeah, I didn't slot in the capture skill yet. I almost forgot to do that. That would have been awkward. There we go. Dominator was captured. If I remember right, we're not a high enough level to catch the soul off these things yet. We need a level or so before we can actually get their skill. But I'll try anyway. Yep, nope, it's too resistant. Just kill that off, and we'll move right along with our lives. Just keep on chopping our way to victory. Even this seems... Oh, is that why? No. No, because I never changed that. That's supposed to be at that volume. Or maybe it isn't. Windows Update may have done something weird to my audio, and that might be why I was having such a weird time yesterday with what I hear. Oh, for the second, I'm just gonna do a quick thing over here. Don't mind me. So I can adjust what I hear without affecting what you guys hear too much. Though... No, it looks like that is affecting the audio on your side. That's not supposed to do that. That might be screwed up too. Ah well. Looks like it's fine for you guys either way, so... We'll go with that then. Don't you just love it when Windows breaks all of your audio mixing? I know I do. I'll just fix all of that tonight into tomorrow, and it should all be right as rain by Thursday. This will do for now. There we go, there's the level we need to be able to grab the skill off the plants. Cycle over to the map. Not really sure why these plants squawk like birds, but you know what? They're welcome to do whatever they want, because they're all gonna die anyway. Nope, all clear down there. Hooray for a pointless room. And don't worry, I do remember that I need to spend those stat points. I just haven't bothered yet because we're not threatened at all. But I probably should do it before I do actually forget. There we go, nice even 15. Not even, but round. I'm sure we all know what I meant. If you didn't, well, that's fine. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. Nice. Antidotes will be useful. I think we don't see a new weapon till the next floor, if I remember right from when we did this before. Unless I go back and buy one, which there's no point in doing so, because we will find one. I'm also not really gonna grind on this floor. We're just gonna cut down everything we see. Yeah, when I looked at this on how long to beat before I started up today, I found out that doing literally everything in this game is apparently like an 8.5-hour run? Which is a shock for what kind of game this is. I really expected it to be longer. That said, I'm anticipating, since I'm sitting here reading all the dialogue and such, it's probably going to take longer than 8.5 hours. So I'm figuring it's probably going to be a 2-stream journey to get through this. Plus or minus getting lost and having issues, etc. Though I don't anticipate much getting lost in this game, just because, one, we have a map, and two, it's just a straightforward dungeon crawl for the most part, to my knowledge, so not really gonna have too many issues there. The worst thing that's gonna happen is we're going to die once or twice, probably, considering we died in this first area here when I was doing the demonstration for this. Because I was a stupid fool and stood in the middle of a bunch of monsters. We already killed all these. I could re-kill them, but like I said, not aiming to grind at the moment. Okay, that's the exit, so I should have kept going where I was. I flipped a coin mentally and Tails lied to me. That's all that ends up meaning. Also, can I just say that I find it kind of fascinating how I purposely put us in a category with 17 followers, which is what the From the Abyss category has, in order to test the theory of whether we're gonna have as many bots regardless of category size. And yeah, it seems like the bots are not actually targeting by category size anymore. They definitely used to seem like they did, but apparently they're just literally everywhere now. Basing that on, purely on the fact that in less than half an hour we already had 2 bots that need to get slapped. Though I do find it interesting that Seribot is now adding blocked terms when the bots are getting hit. He wasn't doing that before. I'm fine with it doing that because it is putting blocked terms of the things the bots are spamming. But it's just interesting that it's only now doing that. But I assume only recently was their implementation available to do that. Means that people don't have to actually sit there and manually block all those terms, which is nice. And for those that might worry about such things, it isn't just the individual words it's blocking the phrase like best viewers on and cheap viewers on. So you don't need to worry about any of your sentences being attacked for that unless you decide to say something directly on those lines. Worst case, if somebody gets bopped for trying to be funny and say something stupid like that, I could probably fix it. Depends on if I decide I want to fix it, if somebody wants to make a joke that dumb. Especially after it was mentioned out loud that maybe don't do that.
Hi!
Yes, ABC, I already said hello. But hello again anyway. We already cleared this room out, so I'm not gonna bother killing all those again. Because I have the wrong screen full size, don't I? Oh, DS games, why do you have to be a pain? I checked this and I thought I flipped them, but apparently I didn't. Hang on. That's an easy fix. It should be that one, I think? One of these will work. There we go. And then I want... that one? Yeah, there we go. Now it's fixed. Because the gameplay is on the top screen, and I thought I set the top screen to be the one that was larger, but apparently I got it backwards again. Anyway, fixed. You didn't miss much anyway, because literally I've just been walking around hitting the same handful of enemies, because that's all that's been spawning in this first area anyway. Yep, nope, it's the usual DS game problems. Which is why I should have done this right after the other DS game, so I wouldn't make that mistake. But, you know, I wanted to take a break from that idea. Alright. There we go, let's nicely even out all those. I'll probably bring our luck up on the next one. Uh-huh. My map. Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna be really using right now. Is obviously all we have is the sword at the moment and one skill for a hammer. Or I think it's actually an axe, but it's called hammer. I can probably drain the skill off of one of you. Yep, there we go. We have Typhoon, which I think that's the bow skill. Which I might use a bow. A bow would be a useful thing to have, probably. Hey Pazzy, thank you for the resub. How's it going today? There's the copper ore. But I think they drop a weapon as well. There's a potion. Maybe they aren't the one that drops the weapon. We'll figure it out. I feel that. Oh yeah, I can also just drain life from these too. There we go. I mean, some would say it's a great thing to be paid for doing nothing, but at the same time, I know it can drive people crazy. I could bother to equip the sword skill we have, but it really doesn't do that much. So I'm just gonna keep stabbing. This room I'm redoing because these dog boys here might actually drop something useful, but we're not having any luck on that front yet. Come on, drop something useful. I'll even take more copper ore. Copper ore is fine. Also fine with more saint statues, yes. This is acceptable. More ways to get out of here without having to go all the way to the end. Is remember, the only way out of the abyss without reaching the exit is to use one of those saint statues. Otherwise, you're stuck in here. You come in, you're committed. So it's important to always have an exit strategy. There's the next floor. But I want to see what's in that last room, because these are all, I believe, randomly shuffled each time you start the game / enter the dungeon. So I don't know the layout even if I had remembered from last time. Like, obviously it's the same set of module rooms, but it's arranged in a different order. So it's hard to say exactly what layout you got. Though it probably only has so many layouts it can do, because they had to be able to fit it on a DS cartridge after all. And this wasn't worth running all the way down here for. I mean, it can't hurt to ask, even if, yeah, you're probably right that the hoarding instinct may prevent them being willing to sell it. It can't hurt to try. They just may ask a higher than acceptable price in order to try to keep it. Because it also depends on exactly why it's sitting there, because, like, obviously there's the hoarding option, there's a collecting option as well, and it may just be that there's great intentions behind those bikes that just never happen too. Like, one day I'll actually start being healthy and using this bike. One day. We've all been there. But yeah, it's absolutely a tragedy to see good gear go to waste just sitting there. So far, so good. Just chopping my way through. We already did the whole long drawn-out intro text bit, so progress is going along swimmingly. And we didn't die this time, so I count that as a victory. Ow. Speaking of not dying, though, let's get away from him for a second. There we go. Needing to use the touch screen to heal is going to definitely get me killed at some point. Not even a question. There we go, just consume him, steal his skill. Which I probably won't use Gallop Lancer, but I like to collect the skills. I like collecting things. And I will never not be entertained by them bouncing off of each other. You know, it would actually be really nice if I could sell skills in this game, but I don't think I can. I can buy skills, but for some reason I can't sell them. But I suppose that would unbalance this game's economy in a horrific way, if you could sell them. Because you are guaranteed to get a skill off of an enemy that you drain the soul off of the first time. So it would just mean, oh hey, I'll just sit here and keep walking back in here, kill this enemy that'll give me a valuable skill, and keep selling it over and over again. Hey look, infinity money. Well, pity this game used to have an economy. Doesn't anymore. Just one of those things, you know? I see the logic, but I don't have to agree with it. Where is this left-hand door? Over here. Okay. Yeah, this is the room we died in before. An exact copy of this room. Is just look how much is crammed in this room. There we go. Thankfully, we got the drop on them instead of the other way around. So all it would take is one bad swing from that ogre, leading into a bunch of attacks from the other ones, and we would have been done for immediately. So I think we came in from the left side when we played this before, and that's part of what led to bad things happening, because we cut through the weak guys and ran into all of the danger. It's interesting how the room layout is literally identical no matter which side it spawned on. Put that down in the mental notes. Okay, that plan did not work. I was planning to do the spin to deflect him before he got to me. Turns out that didn't work out at all. Just bully the ogre before he can do anything. There we go. And if you're wondering, yes, I did actually purposely bounce the plant into him to keep him from acting on our way to him. I didn't think it was gonna work, but I did try, and it just happened to work out. Which tells me that monster pinball is actually going to be a valid strategy I can use to my advantage when I need to. Because they will properly be hit stunned by it, just like if I attacked them. Which the hit stunning remains very powerful in this game. Okay, we can go down, but I want to go to the right because I'm assuming it'll link us up with the room that we passed before. Or not. Okay, you know what? Fuck me, I guess. Fuck me and my ideas. You would think with the stairs and everything in here, it would actually lead somewhere, but the map already gives away the fact that it doesn't go anywhere. You can also see a tiny version of the room you're in right between your health and SP there. That shows you the layout of the room you're currently in, which is very handy. So you know which way to go to get somewhere without having to have the map up. But, you know, why not use the other screen of the DS to have your map open, unless you need to have your items available. Which we're probably going to stop off in town when we make it to the floor before the boss. And just do a quick bit of item removal, is we have a lot of stuff and we don't need all of it. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Because otherwise we were gonna have to use that copper ore to make a copper sword. Doesn't look any different, but it's certainly gonna cut better. There we go. And this, I'm betting, yep, is the exit. And we're on stage 3, so stage 4 is the one that leads right up to the boss door, and also gives you your saint statue. Exactly. You feel an evil presence. There must be a powerful monster nearby. This is your cue to get the hell out unless you're ready to fight the boss. And we can officially say we've come back alive the first time. No, it's just you. You don't have to be that disappointed to see me. That's certainly an evil presence, I'll definitely say that. I don't think I need that. Oh, that was the only antidote we had, though. Maybe I shouldn't put that away. I'll put one of the potions away. We don't need all of these saint statues because you can only use one per trip you're going out anyway. So we'll just carry the one. Yeah, we got like 5 potions. That's probably plenty. You can also put skills away. So maybe you can sell skills. Let me actually check that. Nope, can't sell skills. But as I said, see, you can buy them, and you'll notice it's all the skills we already got, plus a couple other ones that we will most likely be getting. Weird thing, though. Weird thing. The queen said the only thing she could do is give us the soul capture skill, and yet here it is on sale for 1,000 in Lufia. I feel like the queen really gave us the short end of the stick. It also makes you wonder why that's there to be purchased when you start with that skill. And you need to have that skill. Like, there must be something that'll take a skill away from you or something. It's weird. And yeah, the economy is safe from me for now. At least for that. And yeah, we'll sell him the copper ore since we already have the copper sword that I wanted. And the adventurer sword that I no longer need. I could have swore there was a way to get him to make me things too, but I think that might pop up later / requires a weird interaction. It might also be that it's somewhere else, like somebody in the plaza does it or something. Oh, this inventory is now a mess. I want all my potions in a line here, please. There we go. This way, if things are going sideways, I can just sit here and click through to grab all the potions as things go horribly wrong. We already spent our points. Okay, everything's good. We could probably do with better armor as well. We obviously can't afford the Ring of Promise, no matter how much I would want it. Is +3 to everything except agility and luck would be really nice. Yeah, we can afford to go straight up to the Iron Mail instead of leather clothes, which I think we do find leather clothes coming up soon, because I think we bought this last time when we did the demo for this before, and then ended up immediately replacing it and being sad. I could go for the robes. It would be less defense, but it would give us intelligence. But I think intelligence really would only benefit us when we're actively using magic, which we're not at the moment. I could also just forego buying anything. Yeah, you know what? If my memory's right and we do get new armor soon, let's just not even bother buying anything. We have potions to make up for my inadequacies at the moment anyway. Let's save all the stuff we've done here. Since it doesn't take long to save, I will do a lot of redundant saving just to be on the safe side. Speaking of redundancies, just in case of anything weird happening, there we go, save state. Oh, it's you. What do you want to do? Yep, going back straight to stage 4, because that's the nice thing about this, is you can go back to whatever stages you've gotten to, and you get another free saint statue every time you go through here. But it's time to fight the boss. Yeah, let's keep our items open, because that's what I'm gonna need here. Time to face Bull King Minotaur. Yet another beautiful human being. I was just about to attack the castle, but very well. I'll play with you for a little bit. Yes, yes. Look at you with your big health bar. Go on. Take a swing at me. Okay, you actually hit me. And I'm dead. Okay, maybe the armor would be a good idea. I remember surviving those hits a lot better last time, so I did not anticipate getting two-shot. Let that be a lesson. Don't get cocky just because he's the first boss. Let's actually go buy that armor, shall we? And if you thought that I did that on purpose, you'd be partially correct. I remembered him hitting pretty hard. I did not remember him hitting hard enough for half my health. Because our defense isn't that bad. Obviously, it's better now. But even without putting any major amount of points in there, our defense wasn't bad. I anticipated being able to take two, then I'd step back and heal and go back in again. That did not work out that way. Let that be a lesson. Now, even with 7 more defense, we're probably gonna take like a third of our health probably still in damage, so we'll still have to be somewhat careful. I also thought I could bait out his attacks, because I remember doing that. He's charging right now. There's the swing. Yeah, see, he does a lot less damage now that we have actual armor on. But I can't just trade hits with him right now or we're going to lose. Charge. Hack away at his ankles and zoom away. A smarter man would have grabbed one of the ranged options that were in the shop, and that would make this fight a complete joke. That's fine. Heal again. Because after all, these potions cost us nothing because we picked them up on the way. Alternative that would have made this go very quickly as well would have been buying a better sword rather than just using the copper one. Oh, he went for a double. Okay. Right, he speeds up when he gets hurt. I remember now. But this fight's over. And there it is. Yeah, no, I had no reason to be concerned about this at all at this point. Without the armor, this would have been a much more dangerous fight. But there's no sense in taking needless risks right now. And now we got a steel axe. Which I do believe... Yeah, 15 attack, 1 int, as opposed to 5 attack. So if I want to use a slower weapon and start trying out Crush Hammer, I can. And you know what? For sake of showing it off, we'll go ahead and switch for a little while. But I do believe... I don't know, the axe isn't that much slower. You got a bit of a delay on the second hit there, but if you just... I don't know. Both of them have a pretty hefty after-attack delay. It'll be fine. But we have come back alive, officially, now. Because Abyss 1 was just those 5 floors. You can't get through the Abyss gate right now. There was a massive release of magic energy and it's too dangerous to go in right now. I thought I already said you can't go in. Was I unclear? Do I stutter? Hey, Maeve. How's it going? I noticed. I don't think there's anything new in the shop. Yeah, we didn't actually unlock anything by doing that. Oh, no, actually, yes, we did. There was one more bit of gear. Yeah, so now we have up to steel armor and angel gowns. And it's only been a day, so yes, I do remember. Was there something I wanted to get rid of? Yeah, I should probably sell some of these extra saint statues. I don't need a pile of them. And they're worth a good amount, so I could actually fund getting some better gear that way, but I don't need to. Let's go see the castle for the moment. Your encounter with the Minotaur must have taxed your strength. You faced a powerful foe and lived to return to Rubenhout. I appreciate your help. This is all I can do to show my gratitude to you. Please take it. Oh, there's 1,000 Lufia. After you defeated the Minotaur, there was some instability in the labyrinth. Taking advantage of the instability, my royal mage inscribed a magic circle around the Abyss Gate's entrance. This magic circle will allow you to bypass previous areas of the Abyss, so you can progress further. But you will encounter stronger enemies from here on out. And so far, so good. How about yours? Please, be careful. So we now have a lot more money. I'm gonna go ahead and set the sword down in here for the moment. Or it'll autofill up there. That's fine. Save so we don't have to go through that dialogue again in case things in the next area go horribly wrong. I don't anticipate that happening since we're wearing decent armor, but you never know. Can I go through the Abyss Gate now? Thanks to you beating the Minotaur, the number of demons trying to get out has significantly dropped. I think I told you before, but there's still other Minotaurs out there. Huh? Are you asking if you beat more Minotaurs, would the number of demons go down? I don't really know. You asked that yesterday and answered that. Anyway, you're telling me you can beat the other Minotaurs, right? Oh, it seems like the Queen's using her royal mages to create a magic circle. Supposedly when you beat the Minotaur, there was a dimensional instability. And she took advantage of that to get ahead. Only you and the royal mages can use it, so I don't know what is beyond. But my friend who once headed towards the next labyrinth told me it was a dark cave. Well, I guess it's best you see for yourself. What? My name? How you remembered. My name's Helen. It's a girly name, right? That's why I don't like it much. You can remember it if you want. So what are you gonna do now? On to Abyss 2. Let's see if using this axe gets me in trouble or not. It's decently effective, I'll give it that. I'm just worried about that attack delay getting me in trouble. I don't recall saying that specifically, but I would not be surprised if I had mentioned that I was continuing to work on one of them. There we go, we got backstep. Which backstep will actually be useful with the delay on this axe, probably, so we'll go ahead and put that on. Okay, no, I can't cancel out of it with the backstep, so the backstep's probably still useless to us. question becomes... Okay, yeah, this is a dead end down here. I know that we don't get new skills from the same enemies in the second abyss, so we can just skip grabbing souls from these guys. Where aren't any other enemies? Like, obviously, we got more ogres and more little wolfmen. I remember you sending me some samples on Twitter already. I still haven't had time to look at all of those. So, there's no need to send me more samples. And besides, I am going to do my own work regardless. No, actually, hang on. Once I deal with this enemy. On the basis of nothing having been learned, goodbye. I've had my patience, and I've had my fill of this discussion. It is very clearly they were not listening to what they were told. So, there's no point in continuing that dialogue. And they are more than welcome to make an unban request if they think there was a misunderstanding there. And I make no promises about paying any mind to that. Will this lower the amount of people coming in? Yeah. But I'd rather foster people actually listening when they're told something. Meanwhile, back to chopping through the logs that are these monsters. Well, that missed. That could have been bad. Speaking of could be bad, almost dead. There we go. Just because of these eyeball bats, I might go back to the sword, because hitting them with the axe is a little tricky. And there we go, we replaced the potion we used. So there's no concern about running out of potions at the moment. Yeah, let's just keep going this way. If the exit's over here, we can just loop back and go check the other path. I also need to remember that I can just do that and get life back the easy way without having to burn potions when we're not in combat. Yeah, it's based on how much health they have left. I wonder. Can I hit one of you the easy way? I'm running out of SP doing that. I shouldn't just spam that trying to catch one of these. Yep, because I burnt it all. Well, that's a shame. Now we have another copper sword. We'll make a decent bit of money selling that. Because I'm reasonably confident there's no way for us to lose a weapon. So I think we're fine as far as that goes. really just gonna start dodging these bats, I think, because it's just not worth chasing those around. They're not really a threat, they're just kind of a nuisance to hit. No, just the usual failure to follow directions, leading to me losing patience. Because if people can't follow the rules, they don't have to be here anymore. And let that stand as a lesson to everyone. There doesn't have to be an active rule broken necessarily.
Well, he's dead.
For someone to be removed if I feel like there's going to be an issue. Exactly. Nope, that's not where the exit is. The exit's down here. Okay, I figured as much. The convoluted path over here was where the exit was. Let's not go that way yet. Actually, while I'm in a safe spot, let me do another thing right quick. Because otherwise there's going to be external complications. Thanks to that ban. There we go. Fixed it. Anyway. All of that walking just to get a potion, huh? Anything else in here, or is it just a room full of monsters and a potion? Looks like it's just a room full of monsters and a potion. Which, a potion is useful, don't get me wrong, but I was hoping for something more. Or for all of that walking. Then again, we could have gotten here a lot sooner if I just went this way first. So it is what it is at the end of the day. There we go. We're gonna have all of the copper swords. We can corner the market on copper swords. Yeah, since this is apparently like an 8.5 hour game at the most, according to how long to beat, I wonder how many areas there actually are. Because like 8.5 hours is main and extras, so I would presume that's doing like any side quests and such the game has. Completionist I think was higher than that, and Completionist would be like getting all the skills and things like that probably. Which is why I'm planning on having this be 2 separate streams to finish this, because of the fact that I'm planning on grabbing at least every skill once. Because why not? You never know what skills are going to be useful after all. Short of like looking up a guide or having played the game before. And honestly, why would I look up a guide to a game that's really not that difficult so far? Just a nice, relaxing, chop your way through your problems type deal. That's different. Don't you run from me. Ooh, you have fire magic. No, 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 no. You're going to teach me your skills. Tell me your secrets. Thank you. Nom 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 nom. It's important to remember that this game doesn't have a pause button. That's just the one weird thing about this game, is there's no pausing. At least not that I can find, because the typical pause buttons don't do anything. And I presume it's because of the fact that you have access to all of your menus down here on the other screen. So like, they don't need the ability to pause, they can just do all of it on the go. Which is a great idea on paper. Level 1 bullet fire. We'll go ahead and replace backstep with it because we're not going to be using backstep. Go ahead and drink one of those. So how does bullet fire work for us? Okay, exactly the same as it does for the enemies. Understood. Felt something on my arm, so I got distracted just long enough apparently to get smashed. Ah well, this is fine. The only reason I even checked is because we have been having a lot of big spiders around recently, because, you know, weather changes and all that make them get a little more active sometimes. So if I feel something on my arm, I'm obviously going to be checking for a spider. Because I also had one on the desk the other day. Yep, there's the leather clothes that I remember getting last time. We just didn't have any luck getting it till now, which is fine, because we replaced it with better things. So it's just more free money for us. Now, we got 3 different paths to take. I'm gonna keep going on this path just because we're already here. That's probably gonna lead to backtracking again, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta find out. There we go. The fact that this is still going this way is actually encouraging me to turn around and check the other paths. Is this presumably will then lead to the exit somewhere down here. Okay, this one at least dead-ended out, so it doesn't keep going in so many directions. Does this one also dead-end then? It does, in the exit, as expected. Because it seems like whatever the longest path in the zone is, that's where the exit's going to be. Because obviously they want you to walk the furthest to get out that they possibly can have you do. Because that's what technically would make it the most dangerous path to take to get out. And I'm betting this is part of how you get through this game in even less than the like 6 hours that was listed. Is you just run past a lot of things and just know what you need to have in order to deal with each of the bosses without needing to grind, and then basically be good to go. Because, like, for example, the Minotaur King, if I brought a ranged attack to that fight, he would have been absolutely just ruined without me even needing to be more than level 1. As long as I had the ability to keep attacking him from range. And basically, if a boss doesn't have a ranged attack or the ability to move really fast, it's probably going to be the same deal with most of them. But I'm sure there's going to be bosses with ranged attacks at some point. I'd be very surprised if there isn't at least one boss that shoots back. Primarily just because of the fact that if there isn't any range attacks on any of the bosses, ranged weapons will rule supreme in this game. Your character has decent move speed right out of the box. Okay, you can fire that at angles. I'm kind of hunting those in particular to see what else they drop. Because I'm assuming we'll get like a robe or a staff or something out of them, since they're the only magic-using enemy we've encountered. That, much like the bats, they annoy me, but these are easier to hit. But this floor is done. I think I might pop back to town for a moment after this floor just to clean up inventory and all of that jazz. Because after all, we can just go back to whatever floor we stop at, though I guess maybe it would be better to just go to floor 4, because it's probably going to be right before the boss again. Unless this, well, this abyss might be longer. It'd be kind of weird for the first 2 abysses to both be only 5 floors, actually, now that I think about it. But at the same time, if they lengthen them too quickly, it starts to become a slog, so I don't know. I could see either being true. And I think when I played this in the past, I think I finished this abyss and that was all I did. I know for a fact I beat the Minotaur and did some of the cave. I just don't remember how far into the cave I went. Oh, there we go. We got rest. So now we can heal ourselves. Oh wow, that really does heal only a little HP, huh? So I wonder if those skills like get better when you use them and that's why they have levels on them, or if that's just indicating that it's that level of that element of spell. We'll find out when we see other spells of that element, I guess. Look here, you little nuisance. Nope, this is a bad deal now. Getting out of here. The ogre will just smack me upside the head when I go for the fairy, and it's gonna end badly. Way to trap yourself, stupid. They haven't haven't dropped literally anything yet, I think. So I wonder if they even do drop anything. They might not. This might be a game where some enemies just straight up don't have any drops other than their skill. And there's of course the zombies now that I want to see if they drop anything too. That was just a really bad room to try to do anything with. This room would actually be pretty easy to farm in. Because there's not that many of them, and most of them are in decent positions to hit. Thank you for both conveniently happening to go to the same spot. Strong potion. Okay, those are worth killing then. Let's go ahead and raise our intelligence up there and then continue pushing our agility. Because I don't want any of our stats to be completely a dump stat right now. Because again, I don't know entirely what is useful and what isn't. So rendering any stat a complete dump stat might bite me in the ass later. Like, I'm betting intelligence is gonna mostly fall by the wayside unless we really start going hard on magic. But I do want it to be at least somewhat useful, because I presume that'll impact, like, our healing rate as well with rest. It seems to, unless the rest rate is based on your max hit points, which is entirely possible. Because unfortunately both went up together, so I have only so much way to judge that. This is when the bats drop like an incredible item that would actually be really useful, but it's attached to an annoying to hit enemies, so I just didn't bother getting it. This game also hits me just right in the brain about wanting to fill out the bestiary completely. Like, knowing what everything drops and what skills everything has. But I get the distinct feeling that that will take an amount of time, especially if we have bad drop rate luck like we've been having. That is really efficient on the SP to heal, though, I gotta say. It's just slow. So you probably still want to rely on potions for healing fast. If they manage to hit you with that fireball, you have no hope of catching them to hit them with the axe. Didn't think that was gonna make contact. Now then, let me through. Was this worth it? Nope. Absolutely not. Oh well. One of these days, there'll actually be something good at the end of one of those long walks. But don't worry, I'm sure that'll be the time where I don't go down the long hallway. And that's when, like, the best sword in the game's just chilling there waiting for me. Just to upset me. And I say that because it's almost always the case. The one hallway you don't check is where all of the good stuff lives. Because after all, you have no way to prove that that's not true. Because if you don't go down that hallway, how do you know what's down there? The answer is you don't. And yep, same as usual. Feel an evil presence, must be a strong monster nearby. Quickly pop on back to clean up our inventory. And I don't know whether we're actually gonna need something better than iron armor for this or not. And the reason I'm selling the copper swords is we obviously are gonna have more than enough money to buy a better sword at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and sell the strong potion, or at least one of them. His 300 HP I think is more than we have. And I don't think we need to be toting around multiple full heals at the moment. And yeah, we could go straight up to a steel sword, which is still weaker than the axe, I would like to point out. Though I think it's a steel axe that we're using because that's what we picked up. Yeah, we are using a steel axe. Well, that's the kicker there, ABC, is we can't use our full strength or it wouldn't be fair. We've got to be limited to this somewhat useless human form down there. Or there wouldn't be much of a game. Yeah, I think I will switch to the steel sword, though, even though it's a slight damage drop. I think the speed will make the difference. And we'll go ahead and snag us that steel armor. Exactly. Much stronger. I'll go ahead and sell the iron mail. I think I will hang on to the steel axe for the moment. I just won't use it at the minute. Because the axe might still be better for running around in the field, and it may even be better against this upcoming boss. I just feel like the sword is going to be a better idea, so I'm not stuck in place as much. And it's always wiser to have options than to rely on one thing. Let's fix this inventory up a bit, though. Okay, good. We're not down onto the third page yet. And we only have one Saint statue, which is what I want. Okay. We'll probably go to the castle after this fight, because that'll probably trigger another event. We did just save. Put down the safety save state in case everything somehow breaks in glorious fashion, and onwards. We'll also get another free Saint statue here, so I could have just sold or stored the other one. But it's fine. Oh yeah, let's fix our skills so we have the one skill we can use. Actually, I think I'll put Bullet Flame there. Because I don't really use Dominator much. Because it requires being in sword range, but also stuck in place for a little bit. So I think it might be better to have a ranged option on hand. We have the SP potions to actually use magic anyway. Waste Vacuum Demon, Dust Golem. Yep, well said. Okay. know I said that there had to be something with a ranged attack? Yeah, part of my memory was telling me that this thing existed, because I have fought this before. Now that I see it in front of me, I've definitely fought this freak of nature before. In fact, I think I used to farm this boss in particular. He finally got me because I pinned myself in a corner. I expected him to punch, not throw again. So bullet fire is definitely not going to help here because it does like no damage to him. Missed me. Oh, he's doing something new. He's throwing a tantrum of rocks, okay. Yep, now he's throwing more rocks when he does his spread shot, too. Missed me. Oh, he finally got me. Oh no. Oh wow, I can throw way more of those than I thought, though. You know what? Maybe this is fine. Rapid fire! Oh, he's doing his thing, so I might as well do my thing. Pew, 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 pew. I think since he... Oh, he moved. That's why. I was like, it seems to not be hurting him. I have concerns. I thought for a moment because he was off screen, though, like I said, it does very minimal damage. But it is still free damage against him while we're in a safe position. Ooh, that was a bad time. Go ahead and heal up. Oh, that was the strong potion. I couldn't tell one potion from another. I should have assumed that the one in the front would have been the biggest one. Ooh, wow, that hurt. Okay, don't just stand in bad, as expected. That was really foolish. I was hoping to be able to push through his health once we had full to use. Yep. Throw your rocks, throw your tantrum, you big sand baby. Nah. Oh, he got me. He turned more than I thought he would. Uh-oh. I thought I was gonna be able to pass through him before he got his attack off. No. I'm not dying with you at one hit point. No, thank you. Oh, the third fireball went down instead of up. Are you fucking kidding me? Die. I shouldn't have fucked around that much, but we still got through it, so it's fine. Here's our item reward. Ah, there we go, on the other side. Flame Spear. Ooh. 11 attack, 10 intelligence, obviously fire element. And that's only a 4 damage difference. And we do have a spear skill. I know we just bought a new sword, but you know. Oh god, I forgot. Lamest attack set in the game. Poke, poke, poke. Poke, poke, poke. You know, maybe not. I might hang on to that in case we actually need fire against something, but I don't think I'm going to prioritize using that. Get that leveled up. Get this up to 40. And we'll round our int up to 20. And then probably raise some more defense. Yeah, probably. Since we have the spear now, though... Oh, wow, that spear is worth a lot of money. Wait. It said it only had 11 attack when we looked at it in the... Oh, no, it's 11 more attack than what we were using. That's why that looked weird. Okay, so that's actually stronger than I thought. So absolutely, we're gonna drop the steel axe and hang onto the flame spear. We don't need this many SP potions because I'm not using SP moves that much. At least not yet. I might find one that I start using a lot. We got some more moves in here, which is probably spoiling what we're gonna be able to get coming up here. If that wasn't so expensive, I'd absolutely pick up a resurrection. Just in case of me doing something stupid. And yeah, now we're up to having silver gear in the shop. And lances, elven bows. Interesting that there's staves that improve specific elements. And it also gives you elemental defense. I don't know if anybody caught that when I looked at it. But it made your earth defense better. Like, we can see it on this one. Like, you become weak to wind, but you gain protection against earth, and everything else stays neutral. You know, I think I would just take the lightning armor. It gives you protection from wind, but doesn't make you weak to earth. It has less stats, but it doesn't give you a weakness. And you get protection from ice with the angel gown, which is interesting. That makes me wonder, did I get protection from fire with the flame spear? Because I looked at it and I saw the... No, it doesn't give any protection at all. I was about to say, because I saw the elemental attack, but I didn't really look at the elemental defense because I assumed a weapon wasn't going to give you defense against an element. Because that sounded kind of silly when I said it in my mind. Yeah, see, 11 attack. So presumably... Yeah, that brings us up to 51. That does give us a lot of intelligence, too, though, is the tempting part on that. I just don't like the attack set on the spear, is the only thing. But we'll see how strong things in the next area are. If they're really strong, I might use the spear, just because it's that much stronger than what we're using. And that should be what would help leverage us through. We haven't gone to the plaza in a while, so let's at least look and see who's here. It's all the same people. I don't know if they say anything different. I don't know if I really want to sit there and do all of their dialogue every time, because that would be a lot of dialogue. But we'll go see the queen. I just heard from my messengers you defeated the dust golem this time. No offense, but I didn't expect you to be this well trained. It's just, now I feel I can really rely on you. This payment is for your latest service to us. Please use it to buy equipment. 5,000 Lufia this time. Wait a second, please. I have a favor to ask of you. I received a report that one of our mages entered the portal without permission. Her name is Scarlet. In an attack a little while ago, her parents were killed by the demons. I'm sure she went into the labyrinth to avenge her parents. Even if she's well trained, I'm afraid she's not strong enough. So I wanted to ask you to enter the dimensional labyrinth and bring her back. Even if she entered of her own free will, I don't want to see anyone waste their lives in vain. Please take care of her. I'll bring her or her corpse back. More likely the latter than the former, but, you know. I'll do what I can. So, you know, having other people in there fighting the monsters wouldn't be the worst idea. But I guess having less mages to make the magic circle would also be a problem. So... Kinda damned if you do, damned if you don't. Oh, it's you. I got beat pretty badly. Scarlet was my childhood friend. I didn't think she would do something like that. Because of her curse, my body's still numb. I haven't completely healed yet. Damn, if I could, I'd be the one to bring her back, even if I had to use force. If something happened to her because I messed up, well, I guess nothing will change no matter how concerned I am. Sorry, but I'm leaving it to you this time around. So what are you gonna do? That's a neat looking place we're going next. Onward we go. Looks like a castle of some kind. Yep, still just labeled Labyrinth, so there's no fancy names. Music is certainly kind of ominous. We got ghosts and fairies. Oh wow, he died way faster than I thought he would. Slip forward, okay. Don't need that skill, but I'll grab it just because. Gotta say, based on the monster roster in here right now, I'm not a fan of this castle. But we'll see how it goes. Just like, hey, how would you like every annoying enemy from the previous area? Aha, see, I knew the fairies would drop something magic related. We got a rod. It's admittedly only the lowest magic weapon, but, you know, it proved my point. It's good to know, though, that when the ghosts are invisible, I can still hit them as long as I know where they were. Wow, they put a lot of stuff in this little stairwell, huh? And it didn't go well for them. Yeah, the delay's only slightly shorter with the sword, honestly. You at least get 3 hits to try to hit something. And it's got a wider attack, I think. I might be gaslighting myself about the attack being wider on the sword. I don't know what that grab attack's gonna do, and I don't want to find out. Almost feels like there should have been a hidden wall there, but I think that's just because this module can line up with other doorways. I thought I could shoot that diagonally. Apparently not. Or I just screwed up doing it. Nom, 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 nom. I hit all the wrong buttons trying to do a fancy trick there, and it did not work out. We almost have enough health for the amount that a strong potion will heal now. Eventually, we will find something new. I wonder what those ghosts drop. You would almost think they wouldn't drop anything, because where would they keep it? But you could say the same thing about things like these bats and such, and yet they drop plenty of things. So... After all, you can kill a rat and a bunch of gold spills out of it, so... Clearly such things don't mean anything. Okay, we're about to gain a level, so that's good. I won't bother using any of my SP potions. Yeah, because they're worth a good chunk. There we go. It's always nice when leveling fully heals you, because it makes traveling more than a little bit more convenient, to say the least. Okay. So that's the exit, which means there should be prizes in these other corridors. He says, fully expecting to be disappointed once again by the rewards in these dead ends, but I'd be a fool not to check. This might be a dead end with absolutely no reward. Oh, that's because it's not a dead end. I see. Oh wow, this just keeps going over here, huh? Okay. Well, let's see where this rabbit hole leads us, shall we? Another rod. I wonder how much those are worth. We just saved 5,000 because we just got a ring of promise from that ghost. It's a little late to be getting it, but it's still 3 free stats across the board, so I'm certainly not going to argue with it. There we go. This really does just keep going. These areas are definitely getting larger and larger. Which makes me wonder just how big is the last set of areas gonna be? Like, one would have to expect it to become a real nasty gauntlet by the end, based on the current pace of things. Because, like, obviously none of this is particularly dangerous at the moment unless you let it gang up on you or hit you multiple times. Especially with the stat line we're going with right now, which is mostly strength, but a little bit of safety. Because, like, our natural defense growth between our armor and our natural leveling has genuinely put us in a pretty safe spot against most enemies. The thing I'm most worried about is if something starts throwing, like, real high-end magic at us, we might be in trouble. Because our mental defense, I don't think, is as high. No, our mental isn't so bad, actually. We haven't really been focusing raising it, but it's still at 20. It's higher than our agility and our luck. Because even the iron armor is giving us some mental defense. I'm just worried that it is going to fall behind. Okay, so they drop saint statues as well. I'm willing to bet at every point in the game there's probably gonna be enemies that drop saint statues just so people don't get stuck without any. Barring potentially, like, really late in the game, they might stop dropping them. Just because they expect you to buy now, by then be able to defend for yourself. But I also would have expected Area 3 to be the point where they said, okay, you know what, enough's enough, you can figure that out. These are Area 2 enemies still, though, so maybe that's why. Also, just now realized I can walk and cast at the same time, so yeah, that's a pretty big help. Which makes magic more attractive to me in terms of being useful. Is if I can use magic on the move, if I can find a spell that doesn't require too much aiming, I might be able to shoot and scoot with a reasonably powerful bit of magic. It also really depends on if we ever find a really good sword skill or other good weapon skill. Hey there, Snork, how's it going? There we go. Onward to room 2. Ooh, actual mages. Okay. They might drop a better staff, and they definitely are going to give me a better magic skill. Or at least a different magic skill. Wind Stir. Okay. I have Soul Ash 2 on my wish list because I enjoyed the first one. I wasn't sure entirely how to feel about the changes. And I was just kind of giving it some time to sit. And I'm sorry to hear that you are still sick. I was kind of hoping you'd be past that by then. 1 is very good. Though it is quite difficult, just as a note. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. You are not killing me that easily. Okay, gotta bear in mind, those tornadoes are really dangerous. Honestly, I don't have all of that off the top of my head because I don't sit here and store that kind of information. I just know that that was the impression I got looking at the store page for it. And I remember seeing people mentioning that there were changes. Because I think I last looked at the store page for that when it first came out, which was over a month ago now. I interact with entirely too many games for me to retain most of that, especially if it's not something I've actually played. Oh yeah, that's why you'd be able to store skills, is so that your 3 pages of skills don't end up full. Yeah, that makes sense. Wrong one. Okay, good to know. The tornado is just as useful for us because it gets a lot of hits. So it'll be good for pinning things in place so we can deal with them. And if something is weak to wind, so much the better. It is unfortunate that while we're casting, we can't do anything else, but that's kind of to be expected. Aha! That'll hit them out of the air. That definitely makes the tornadoes worthwhile to me, because the bats were very annoying because they were out of sword range. Okay. I mean, one would expect a tornado to take care of flying opponents, but you can never be sure of such things. I'm not sure if the bat just chose to back up or if the tornado was pulling it back. I'm assuming it was just backing up because their move is to back off. Not sure. Could go either way on that one, really. But since nothing else gets pulled by the tornado, I'm disinclined to think the tornado is responsible for that happening. Okay, they don't get stopped from moving by it. So I think their little disengaged spin is, like, unstoppable. Now we still have rest attached to us, so we can just use that to heal. We have plenty of SP to do so. No need to potion in this situation. I'm assuming the exit's on the path that we're on. I have a feeling, though, that it might not be, but if the pattern continues, this should be where the exit is. Those tornadoes really do travel for a while, huh? Just on principle, I'm gonna kill you too. There we go. Okay. My questioning was correct. For once, the long path that I found immediately was not the exit. And it would appear to be a completely pointless dead end. Oh no, there is an item here. Strong SP potion, huh? This was not worth the pain. Suckers. Get baited into the tornado, you fools. I absolutely did not have to turn around and slaughter this lot, but they hurt me. Therefore, they will die. And you just were here when the pain happened, so, you know, no witnesses. There we go. And we almost gained a level, so it paid off. And there's the level. Rude. I was just passing by and it's... Ooh, silver ore. All is forgiven. The random generation I wasn't as worried about. I know that off the top of my head. I think people were saying it was more empty when it first popped up, and that might be the thing, is that can end up being a problem with that much of a change. Because I remember Soul Ash being a little on the empty side occasionally, but also when you did run into things, it was really densely packed when you did start finding anything. So yeah, that's exactly my point. That's why it was in the waiting section, not the I'm not gonna play it section. I'll probably just wait for the 1.0, because if it's already up to 0.8, it probably won't be that long before 1.0 is ready. Like, it'll probably be, like, early next year if I were to hazard a guess. And I'm not in any rush to play it, so that'll probably work out. And by early next year, I mean anywhere up to, like, April, May. More or less first quarter. Because I have to be honest, there's too many fucking games coming out for me to chase after each individual thing. Because, like, as it stands, half the time I think I'm passing up, like, one or two things every few days when I pick something. just because it's just not financially viable to grab everything. It really depends on what it means by a more empty world. If there's just straight up nothing, then you're just trekking through pointless empty space. Well, yeah, discounts are always a better choice. Because, like, obviously you need to have some room to build your own thing, so empty space is important, but if you're going through, like, an hour of nothingness to get to anything, it's not great. That's kind of where the tipping points on that are. And yes, there are games that are guilty of that hour of nothingness just to get to anything. Yeah, basically the only things I don't buy on pretty reasonable discounts are things I'm actually excited about, and that's few and far between for the most part. And even then, I usually check around to see if I can get like an early launch discount somewhere. I'm not sure I follow what you're saying, then. That doesn't sound like nothing, so I'm kind of confused. Because if there's always something you can do in this space, then it's not necessarily nothing. But like, when I say that, I mean, you have an open field. There's straight up nothing to gather, no trees, nothing on this tile to interact with at all. And there are games that have that. There are games that have full sections where there's straight up zero content in this section. And that's what drives me batty. But to a small degree, spaces like that are necessary, because the player needs to have a chance to relax for a second, but it doesn't have to be a, like, absolute dead zone either. There we go. So one thing I ran into in the first Soul Ash is if you got into a fight and started losing, it was very hard to get rid of your pursuers. To my experience in that game. Like, the way things are laid out most of the time when I encountered it. Yeah, see, that's fine. As long as there's something there, it doesn't have to have living things in it. It just has to have things you can interact with. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, that's a big amount of it, all things considered. But correct me if I'm wrong, but that is one of the main things they added to that one is that you could actually build things yourself. Like, you can actually straight up construct a house and things like that. So that's why there's so much empty space, is so that you have somewhere to build your own thing. Yeah, that's why there's that empty space. So it actually makes sense there. The intention then is for you to populate that space. which makes that okay. Even if probably most of the player base isn't actually going to interact with that mechanic in the way that the developer intended. Yeah, they become autonomous after a bit, which is important. Because otherwise, that would be a major ball ache. It's kind of interesting how there's been kind of another burst of games of that type, where you're building settlements, but also have a bunch of other things on the side. Either 30 seconds is hyperbole, or that map is actually really too small then. Because if you can cross it that quickly, something about that doesn't line up. Those two concepts don't mesh correctly when it's described in that way. But again, if you're just running straight across those maps, I guess it wouldn't take that long. Let me put it to you this way. Do you remember how many actual map tiles there are between those cities? Just ballpark? Okay, so there is a fast travel option as well. That makes more... This is why I'm asking the way I am, because I'm trying to quantify the movement here. Is honestly moving around in Soul Ash 1 did feel a bit slow, but it was mostly because you had to constantly be careful so you didn't get murdered. Okay, so I'm assuming you're more meaning that the travel between cities is faster because of the fast travel, then not because of you just hand running across that whole ground. Now adds another attack to the spirit combo. Okay. Yeah, see, that's a whole different animal then. That just means fast travel makes it not suck, which is important when you have open space like that. So I guess this is just a passive, then? Yeah, see, and that's probably where people are taking issue with the amount of empty space, then. Is because... especially if there's gatherable material in all of that space, people are gonna want that gatherable material, but it also takes an exorbitant amount of time to utilize that space. Whereas if it was condensed down even partially, there probably would be a happy medium, and that's what those people are looking for. That's not what they're gonna get, because that's not what's designed here, but that's probably what they're looking for. Bear in mind, the human animal is great at wanting what's impossible. If there's anything humanity's good at, it's asking for things that can't happen. Okay, it actually changed the spear combo entirely. This is actually good now. Okay. We'll use this flame spear for a bit then. Apparently, somehow not hitting him, but that's neither here nor there. Well, here's the thing, though. There's a difference between trying everything and getting what you want to do a thing. Like, I'm saying, say there's a whole long string of forests, for example. Someone would obviously want to clear a lot of that forest in order to be able to build what they want. If that amount of ground is still extensive, it takes longer based on how much ground there is to achieve the same amount of trees as if that forest was densely packed into like 1 or 2 tiles with a lot of trees on it. Does that make more sense what I'm trying to say, or is this still not getting through? 'Cause I'm not sure exactly how to phrase what I'm trying to convey. Yeah, and the kicker to people doing things like what you're describing there with the Minecraft map, basically, as long as there's something that potentially could be done, there's always going to be somebody that's going to try to do it. And oftentimes it's just because they can. Not with really any goal or anything, just I can do this, therefore I'm going to. It's kind of like, again, with Minecraft, how people tried to get to the edge of the world once upon a time. Which I think they did succeed eventually. I think Generation did run out eventually. It's like it was only theoretically infinite, not actually infinite. At least in the time that that was done. Is like, that's the kind of thing I mean when I say just because people say something is impossible, or even if it's provably impossible, that doesn't mean somebody isn't gonna try. Yeah, exactly. Which, I find such things fascinating, but just like, why? Like, more power to you, but I would never do it. I had my era of messing with things to that degree, and I learned quickly that that wasn't the path for me. I instead aim more for exploring the mechanical limits of things rather than, like, the geographic limits of games. Because the geographic limits of games is just kind of tedious to figure out. But there's definitely value in finding out what the practical limit to generation for something is, and things like that. Yeah. That's pretty much the safe way to go about things. Just make something that's good at killing, go kill the things that don't get along with you, move on with your life. Woe betide you if you're not good at fighting in Soul Ash. Because you're not gonna have a good day. Well, exactly. You just get free stuff. And everybody likes free stuff. Unless it's their stuff that is now free for somebody else, but you know, that's their problem for not holding on to their stuff. There we go. Free upgrade for our armor. Oh, trust me. The first game definitely had multiple times where I got mauled in fights that I did not want to have anything to do with, but I had no choice. Because they could outrun me. And if they can outrun you, you just lose. There's just nothing to be done at that point. Because at that point, your only choice is to fight. And if you're a character that's not really great at fighting, you just die. Why is Discord going nuts? Ah, okay. Deal with that later. Well, yeah, happening to be near map edge makes a very different situation. I don't remember if they follow you from map to map in the first one. I believe they don't, but the maps were big enough that unless you were near an edge, things would be very easily able to either kill you or just put you in a very bad position if you happen to go from one screen into more problems. Like, I would equate the first one to be much closer to your standard roguelike experience of it hates you and everything you stand for. It sounds like the second one is more forgiving. Which is probably a good thing. But bear in mind, I say this as someone who did not sit there and optimize his starting setup or anything in the first one. Because I was out to do interesting things, not just the, oh, this will win everything easily choice. So, as usual in games like that, you get punished for trying to do interesting things. And there went another bot. To be fair, it's not really a ripoff from that, because I'm pretty sure that concept has existed before that. Even if it's not a physically real thing, I'm pretty sure even in the real world people have tried that, even before that manga existed. And besides, it's simple logic. Okay, I only have two hands. I can only use two swords then. Where can I put a third sword? Well, I've got a mouth that's not doing anything else. I could try this idea, even though it's a terrible idea, realistically. The other option being your foot. Your foot's not really a good idea, because you need that for moving. It kind of is the only logical conclusion. Nobody ever said it was gonna work well. You also gotta figure, if you did put any real force behind it, you're gonna rip your teeth out. Which isn't gonna work out well either. Though bear in mind, a sharp enough blade doesn't need much force to cut. It's not gonna make as big a cut as your hands, but it will still put an injury on your target. Accuracy, however, accuracy's a fucking suggestion. Good fucking luck telling where that's gonna end up. Unless you're gonna goddamn headbutt your opponent or something. In which case, I hope you've got experience as a sword swallower, because you're about to give yourself a really bad time. Am I just forgetting about a level every time now, or am I getting more points? I can't tell. I'm betting it's just me not paying attention. Even that would be tricky, though, because aiming a... like, if you're trying to, like, use the poison dart in a dart gun, aiming that with just your mouth is not going to work out very well unless it's a really short dart gun. And even then, it's tricky. Is you breathe wrong just once, and you're sucking that dart down and having a really unfortunate time very quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna shore up our mental defense. I'm worried about that screwing me over. It also raises our SP, which will be useful anyway. Well, yeah. They would be prepared to deal with the risks of that because they already more or less are carrying a way to self-destruct at any time anyway. So really they're just modifying the odds at that point. They could probably go... You could probably, if you want to use your mouth to attack something, have like a pouch full of something you could spray at an opponent as well. You just squeeze down on it. It wouldn't have much range, but in a close-in fight, that's all you would need anyway. Have it be just like some stinging liquid, or even a powder probably could get enough propulsion to go in front of you. It wouldn't be able to go far, but it would probably still work. Sand would be a bit iffy because you'd have to have a wide enough nozzle on whatever you've got up there for it to actually eject properly. That's why I was going more for a liquid, logically. It's just the pressure of your own jaw really isn't going to give it that much releasing force, I would figure. Even then, it would... most of it would drop, I would figure, before it even crossed that much ground. Like, if you're above them grappling, then sure, it would probably work. But if you're both still standing, you'd have to aim it yet again for it to really work. And that becomes iffy. But then again, it also doesn't take much to tip the scales, depending on how the fight is already anyway. So even if it's just a distraction and it doesn't actually achieve the end goal, it could still be beneficial. It just... I'm figuring in terms of achieving the actual, like, intended point of having it. I wouldn't figure just sand alone would be enough. Well, yeah. Dual wielding is usually really strong unless it's actively weakened down enough, because you're basically just getting extra attacks. You basically have to have a big enough accuracy or strength loss to make dual wielding not just the better way to do it. Or have a strong enough benefit to the individual, like, two-handed options or protection options, etc. Well, yeah, if the base weapons were strong, you'd literally be unbeatable at that point. And then what would be the point to having the game be played? You may as well just auto-play at that point. And I assume there's probably even a little bit of a defense benefit from two weapons as there usually is. Like, not as much as having a shield or anything, but there's probably like a little bit of a parry bonus or something attached. So you're not even completely giving up defense. Like, at that point, I would presume your only real threat would be from things that attack at range before you can close. That would be about the only way to take you out. Be it by magic or by, like, arrows, crossbows, etc. Yeah. Like, in general, a lot of systems have a little bit of parry rolled into the skill set attached to two weapons. But yeah, I would assume there'd be variance based on the weapons you're using as well. Let me through. I have no reason to deal with all of you right now. Yep, still the same thing. You get your warning and you get your saint statue. We are carrying a lot of shit. We'll go ahead and go back. We can just pop right back here anyway. It's better to save before each of these fights, just in case something goes horribly wrong. Okay, rods don't sell for a lot, but that's okay. Monster Eye. Yeah, those Rings of Promise are really where the money is, so if I really want to farm money, I should farm those ghosts that dropped those. Because something that sells for 2,500 really makes a big difference in our finances. Like, we can basically buy anything we damn well please, and then some now. But we already have lightning armor, so unless I really feel like I'm gonna be threatened by earth, or I think I need that little bit more defense, there's no point in footing the bill for the earth armor. These are about the only things I couldn't buy, and we're getting those anyway. Well, that's just how RNG is, yeah. That's the risk you take once random gets involved. And that's pretty typical for that genre of game, so I'm not really bothered by that. Like, usually the generation is a bit smart, so it doesn't go too crazy with that kind of thing, but it tends to be an option. Let's go ahead and... no, there'd be no point in dropping off any of these saint statues. I'd be better off selling them. Because we just keep getting more of them, so storing them really doesn't change anything. But I do want to store some of these skills that I'm not using. I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't, because it's still early development. But that's kind of to be expected of early development before release. Things go wrong, especially when it's a wider world than the previous game. There's going to be some learning issues involved there. There we go. I think I'm carrying too much shit, but a bunch of this is gonna get used up when we end up going through this boss fight, almost certainly. So it shouldn't be too big a deal. There's a part of me that's actually wondering if 5 potions is going to be enough. So I don't know how strong this boss is going to be. But we do also have the rest skill now, so it might be okay. We saved for a reason, after all, which, now that I've done all the reorganizing, I will go ahead and save again, just so I don't have to redo the reorganizing. Jeez. Bloody hell, everybody wants to send me messages right now. Makes sense. Because I presume the higher your intelligence is, you can raise your skills more readily. So it then costs less to get to the points you want to be. Plus or minus any kind of bartering skills there might be. Well, yeah, that was the second part of what I was saying. Is it's usually both. Underworld Witch Scarlet. Okay, so Scarlet got converted. Hi, you're an adventurer. My name is Scarlet, but this body is a monster. No, hurry, must kill. I just got this body. I can't let the likes of you kill me now. Yeah, just keep striking me. That will be fine. Oh, nope, not with those. No. Physical hits are fine. You hitting me with magic is gonna go badly. No. Yeah, that's basically mostly the usual things that Int does. Sight's a little different. Sight's the only odd one out of that batch. Well, it's a real shame that I'm a cheater then, huh? Because remember, fair fights are for suckers. Besides, she's got better magic than I have. So it's only fair that I counterbalance by being able to move. Good night, ABC. Yeah, those icicles really hurt. And she's throwing some really weird spreads of them. The way the dress is moving, I think she has legs under there. It's hard to say. They'd be really thin legs, though, which is kind of weird. But I think I made her mad. Oh, just because I implied you have chicken legs doesn't mean you have to be mad at me. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. Nah, you'd see a tail. There's not enough tail there for that to be a Naga. I'd be more inclined to think she's part slime. Either way, she's dead now. She also was apparently part explosive, considering she just detonated, but you know. What do I know? Cold Rod has been obtained. Yeah. Real shame. We were supposed to retrieve her, but she turned into a monster, so, well. Okay, so we have something that buffs ice magic. Real shame we don't have any ice magic. Anyway. Makes sense that we'd get an ice rod from the one who was throwing icicles at us, though. So hey, reporting in, we had to kill the one we were sent to find, but, problem solved. Pretty much, yeah. Scarlet met an unfortunate end, but now's not the time to lament. And I have left you with a very painful task. I'm terribly sorry. Please accept this reward money, not as a reward for defeating Scarlet, but as a token of my gratitude for freeing Scarlet from the grip of evil. Please, accept it. 1,500 at this time. Actually, 15,000, rather. It's really hard for me to bring this up, but I want you to defeat a lost ghost. This is something that's been confirmed recently in the Abyss. I don't know the details, but it appears that a royal guard has begun attacking adventurers in the Abyss. If he really is one of my guards, I cannot leave him like this. which is why I would like you to see if the rumors are true. And if necessary, put him to rest. Normally this is something that my kingdom would handle. But you are the only one I can rely on right now. Please, can you help me? I mean, they're probably gonna be where I'm going anyway, so... you know, sometimes you just want to spice things up a little bit, so you just throw a little TNT in there. Sometimes you get the results you want, sometimes, boom, the mix is gone. Let's see. I don't need so many saint statues. Goldenrod's worth a lot of money. One of the royal mages, she apparently went in without orders and got turned into a monster, so that didn't end well. We as a player had zero connection to them, but apparently all the NPCs around here knew who they were. One of those situations. May as well get rid of the steel sword at this point because it's gonna have fallen behind. I'll get rid of the regular potions because we're gonna be using rest to fill that role at this point. And we can just use the strong potion if things go sideways. There we go, that cleans that up. And we'll hang on to the cold rod if I actually get a cold spell soon. Angel Raiment makes us smarter. Destroys our agility. Then again, so does the Saint armor. And the Earth armor. You know, I feel like skinning her would not do anything useful. I really don't know what you would benefit from that idea. Considering she still had very human skin, I don't think any of that would have been very useful. And yeah, as I figured, we just buy cold rods. Yeah, but I also need to get stabbed a lot to die. I'm human. Or at least our avatar in this world is. Not dying when you get hit once doesn't seem to be a remarkable skill in this world. We could get the Ring of Agility to counterbalance the fact that I've not really been growing the agility much. If luck was related to drop rates, which I still don't know if it is or isn't, because when we've raised our luck, it hasn't seemed to change. Well, here's the other problem. I'm not sure off of one body you'd be able to get enough to make something with. Because if the skin is that strong, you're gonna have a rough time cutting it cleanly. And that leads to a whole other layer of issues. So you'd have to find more than one of them. Which technically is possible. Since apparently there's essentially an infinite amount of monsters in this world, considering there's parallel dimensions. So technically you could just take out like 4 dimensions worth of Scarlets and probably have enough, but that's neither here nor there. And I don't think finding her sister would help anything, because her sister probably wouldn't be possessed. You know, unless you want to induce that idea, in which case you're just adding more layers to your work at this point. I really don't think it's efficient at that stage of things. I could grab this frozen glacier. Give me ice attacks. But I don't know if ice is of any use where we're going, because I don't know where we're going. I'm not gonna bother with any of that. We're doing just fine with what we have. Hey, how are you? You don't look too good. About Scarlet, it was unfortunate. But no matter how much I stress about it, nothing's going to change. I'm just gonna do my job, so something like that will never happen again. But this time, my friend went missing in the Dimensional Labyrinth. You heard from the Queen, right? He's in my unit. How is it that you are connected with everybody that's becoming a problem in the Dimensional Labyrinth, Helen? Are you just not doing your job? I know you just said you're doing your job, but it really doesn't sound like it. Though the second one here is a soldier, so nah. Well, he's part of the demon suppression team. I'm just a caretaker of the Abyss Gate. I think he's going to be fine. It's just that my little sister and Phinia are worried. There are rumors going around that the suppression team was destroyed. Yeah, his little sister lives in town. Her name is Daisy. Oh yeah, the one who said that her brother was gonna go do all the work and I didn't have to be here. Yeah, she's gonna be a bit disappointed. But you know what? You know Phinia, right? She's his fiancée. She will also be disappointed, probably. When I see those two, even I feel a pain in my heart. I'm sorry for asking you again, but I can't leave my post. So I'm leaving Rusio to you. So, what are you gonna do? Well, I'm probably gonna go kill Rusio, because he's probably the boss of this area. Anyway, bye! I could have been much nicer about that, but let's be honest, being realistic is a lot fairer to everyone involved. They really did put a big concentration of monsters just all in one spot here, huh? You're out of range. Give me your soul. Poison Javelin. Okay. And you're a variant of the plant monster from before, I presume. Give me your soul too. Rock wall. Okay. And yours? Freezing Lance. Sometimes you gotta level the playing field. Throw a poison spear at enemies. Okay. Sure. We'll try that out. Well, yeah, everything has one for the most part, so you may as well get some benefit out of its existence. And they didn't give me a soul-stealing technique for nothing. After all, waste not, want not, right? I will use all parts of the monster, physical and not. This is a very good skill. Multiple hits, decent damage, and pretty quick to use. Now, admittedly, it did mean giving up our healing skill, but that's fine. We have potions for that. We also could just start stealing the souls of things we already have the skills of to heal. And remember, sometimes you have to send a bigger monster in to deal with the monsters. And it wouldn't be the first time where I've been willing to be the bigger monster. Curse you, limitations of spears. There we go. Our luck is still falling behind because nothing influences that, so we'll go ahead and push that again. I keep going back to the items like I need them, but I don't. Not right now, anyway. Okay, dead end. Any goodies over here? Can barely even get in over here. Nope, nothing here. And if you think about it, even without a soul-stealing move, one could argue you're siphoning a bit of their soul to gain experience, depending on how you want to look at how experience points work. Because, like, obviously experience points can just be the experience of having done the thing. But I've definitely seen some universes actually imply that it is you siphoning off bits of what you're killing as well. And I can kind of get behind that logic. Some more bronze ore. So those are just the same, like, orcs or whatnot you want to call all these big green dudes. There we go. Okay, I can spin on a dime when I go to use that. Good to know. If I didn't dislike just the basic stab 3 times attack that the spear had without the passive we have equipped, I would just have the heal skill and this throw. But I kind of need the sweeps for the spear not to feel terrible in my hands. Which this is not how you would necessarily want to use this entirely, but it works, so I'm not gonna argue with it. Like, it really depends on what kind of head your spear has, I suppose. Okay, the poison ran its course. It doesn't last that long. It doesn't even cost that much SP to keep throwing these. At least not relative to the amount we have. It's like 20, I think, to throw? So I can throw 20 spears before I run out. Actually, no, 24, because I have 488, but... 24 spears will probably do in most things short of bosses long before I run out. So I could just walk around spamming that all the time. But then I start having to actually get the SP back, and then it becomes a whole thing. Speaking of... Nom 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 nom. You really want to find enemies that have a lot of health to use your soul drain on. Because the more health they have, the more health I get. Nom 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 nom. Delicious monster souls. Oh, it seems like the cost of the soul capture went up, though. Interesting. So does this like cost a percentage of my SP then? Does it cost 10 when I checked earlier? It definitely costs more than 10 now because we had 20 and I couldn't use it. Interesting. That's actually a pretty good way to balance that, because otherwise you would just be running around using it all the time. And you'd have no reason to worry about ever running out of SP to heal yourself. They actually thought that through pretty well. It upsets me because it inconveniences me, but it's thought through pretty well. Yeah, exactly. It isn't that much back when you have, like, under 100 SP like we did earlier. But now that we have nearly 500, it costing more means it stays relatively the same amount. So it ends up working. Yeah, it's more than 30. So, wait, if it's 40... No, it's not 40 either. Is it just straight up 10%? Yep, it's straight up 10% of your SP. So from full, you basically get 10 shots. Okay, that's actually pretty reasonable. That does mean that it actually almost doesn't benefit you unless you're planning to use a lot of skills to raise your SP. Because you end up with the same amount of soul captures regardless. So if you're using your SP only for soul capturing, you may as well just ignore like mental and such, aside from for defense. But they really are cramming a lot more monsters in here. It's kind of slow. You don't regenerate any health, but your SP regenerates relatively slowly. Like, you'll notice we walked a couple rooms and we've only gained 30. You'd have to be really patient for the regen to be worth anything. I want to say the regen rate hasn't changed. I think you would need an item to make your regen rate better. Obviously, though, leveling fixes that just fine. I would say it's 1 per second in general, because I don't... If it was percentage-wise, we would have been gaining more by now with 500. And it was still going up only 1 each time it went up. It may be impacting the tick rate, which I have no way of verifying because I didn't watch that closely earlier on because I didn't need to use skills, so I wasn't using them. But it definitely hasn't changed the number per tick. And I also have no reason to min-max my numbers that hard in this game, so I'm never really gonna notice it that heavily. I just had nothing else to think about as I was running through all of these enemies that I've killed multiple times before, so I was doing some math. And soul capturing is actually useful to me, so calculating that became meaningful. It's like I can use that to fully heal right now, for example, because those orcs are worth a lot of health. Which the heal being enemy dependent is actually kind of neat. It's like it's enemy and health amount remaining dependent. Oh, correction. It's not actually based on enemy. The health pool of the enemy is what the heal you get is based on. I mean, the spear has absolutely nothing to do with the current dialogue, but yes, the spear has been helpful. Which reminds me, while I have the SP, throw more spears to save myself time. Oh wow, gold ore out of that one, huh? I'll have to keep in mind that these guys are holding gold. There we go, drain some health back. Now, if only I knew off the top of my head which of those enemies out of that pile was the one that dropped the gold. We appear to be afflicted with some kind of fear effect, which is making a weird noise at me, and appears to be draining my SP, I think? Yep, it's draining my SP at like 50 a tick. Well, that's upsetting. Real shame I have nothing to cure that with, but it's fine. Just gotta remember, something around here can drain my SP. I think it was the zombie that did it, but I'm not 100% sure. And we're dead because I got stuck. I couldn't move, so I ended up getting caught in a bad combo. First death in a while. I think we went through like 2 full areas without dying, and now we've died again. Because I died once to the Minotaur because I got greedy. I almost want to time you out just on the principle of using the get good phrase. Because I just hate that phrase with such a passion because it's used in such shit ways constantly. I didn't save after doing my last bit of cleanup in here, so we'll just go ahead and do that again right quick. There we go, clean all that out. Don't need 2 saint statues. But yeah, that right there is the one flaw this game has, is you can easily just get juggled to death, even just by 2 enemies. Mind you, we were down to like 1/3 of our health when that happened, so it was avoidable if I had healed before engaging those 2. But as soon as the juggling started, my only play would have been to drink a potion while being juggled. And I thought I was gonna bounce out in time. I could buy a better spear, if I even want to keep using the spear. And that would speed things up for going back in. The alternative would be grabbing the frozen sword we were looking at before. But I don't really feel like the enemies we were fighting in there would be weak to ice. They seem definitely like they would be more likely to be weak to fire of the 2. We only died to my own greed, so I don't feel particularly compelled to change. I will instead invest in the Ring of Power. Basically, yeah. It was kind of like tripping down some stairs, then slipping on a banana peel, then getting hit by a bus. You just really just had a bad day and there was nothing to be done about it. Let's go ahead and sell the Ring of Promise because we don't need it anymore. Now, a wiser man would have invested in higher defense to prevent that from happening in the first place, but I'm going to continue to operate on my general logic of destroy things before they can destroy me. I mean, I would argue I stepped out in front of the bus, but I definitely did not put the banana peel there. Because I definitely set myself up for failure on that last moment. 100%. Unless you're saying the banana peel was not healing, in which case, then sure, you can call it that. I'm calling not healing stepping out in front of the bus. It's kind of 6 in one, half dozen in the other. Now we need to go collect those skills again, though. Oh yeah, that is a definite power increase, but then again, it was like 17 more attack, so I would certainly expect that to be a meaningful power increase. We also didn't even try the other skills we picked up, like the spells we got and things like that. It might be a little tricky to get your soul. There we go. I can't put their health as low as I wanted to. Let's actually try some of these. Oh, can paralyze. Interesting. Okay, so it's the ice spell we saw, so if I use the cold rod, that'd be very handy. How about rock wall? Thumbs down. We'll stick with throwing javelins at things. Oh, look at you with your pixel of health. Perish. I really dislike how I can end up just like a pixel off of making contact with that, though. That's the one really unfortunate thing about the soul stealing, is the range is very pathetic. Rude. Hey, stop stealing my bit, damn you. He's doing my bit better and I don't like it. I was supposed to walk over and poke him in the foot till he died, and instead he poked me in the nose and I got real upset about it. You know what? I feel like it's time to make a point. There we go. 81 attack. Murder mode engaged. What is this balanced stats I was shenaniganing with? Well, it's not a new spear at all. I didn't get a new spear. I got the ring instead. But the ring is definitely accomplishing the same thing the new spear would have. Because it was roughly the same attack increase between the two, so I figured I'd go with the thing that would give me an attack increase no matter what weapon I used, rather than continuing to specialize specifically in spears. Because I don't know if I'm going to find a crazy, powerful, like, axe or sword or what have you in here. And I certainly didn't know that my next good skill was going to be a spear skill. The only thing the Ring of Power isn't going to benefit is our magic. Which made it kind of unfortunate that the other two skills we just got were magic skills. Nope. Give me your soul. You're annoying. I'm stealing that. Thank you. You give me your soul too, because I need health. There we go. Yeah, killing most of these things in 2 hits is going to make it a lot less likely that we'll get caught out when our combo ends, because nothing will be alive when the combo ends. It also seems to have increased the spear throw damage, because presumably, even though it's a poison lance, it's probably predominantly still a physical attack. So it probably scales off your actual attack damage. Which is nice, because they could have made it that all skills were dependent on intelligence, which would make weapon skills for a lot of the physical weapons less useful unless you were going more balanced. Which is probably exactly why it works the way it does. There we go. Because remember, when in doubt, kill your enemies harder. Hey, we actually got poison to proc. What do you know? There we go. It's very interesting how some of these attacks will miss, though. Like, I assume it was because I was too close to that plant, but it just looks really weird when you swing through them. I mean, it was already really good, but it's a lot stronger now, for sure. Considering the way I can spam it, even when it was doing less damage, it was still very potent. But it's definitely more cost efficient now as well. There we go. Another room cleared. I can't really run through these rooms as much, which is why I'm ending up re-clearing rooms unlike what I was doing before. Alright, Snork. Get some rest. Hopefully you'll feel better soon. Yeah, you go have fun. Fair, fair. That technically counts as resting. Probably as close to resting as I ever get. Yeah. Another set of lightning armor. I always get that twinge of excitement whenever I see an actual gear item drop, and then so many times I'm disappointed because it's something I already have. Necromancy usually kind of interacts with souls a bit, but yeah, something very specific to that is usually a bit rare. Which, admittedly, there's probably many moral grounds that some people are more concerned about than others that lead to such things being more complicated to portray. I never did spend those points. What if more attack? And to think, dying is what spurred me to go all in on attack again instead of being balanced. Seems kind of backwards if you think about it. Just goes to show that I'm lashing out because I died. There we go. Crush, kill, destroy. Well, we're not really crushing. We're crushing it, but we're not crushing. Oh, hey, there's another couple enemies here. Almost another level. Do I really want to go back to that other corner? No. This is the one time I'm not gonna do it. And we can all just say that there's a magic sword in that corner, and I'm not getting it now because I didn't go there. And I'm just gonna die a little inside because of it. But we already established, even in this section of the Abyss, that those corners just lead to potions. Because I think we got a strong SP potion when we went into the one before we died. Oh good, new bats, because that's what I wanted. And I like bats, just not these bats. These bats upset me by being unhittable half the time. Give me your soul. Venom Cloud. Okay. Really, that's the level 2 ice spell, apparently. Okay. Would have figured that would have been an earth spell, because poison's usually associated with earth. So then again, we do have wind magic, too. Poison would have made sense for wind, too. Not too often I see poison associated with ice. But maybe that's just my experience with things, and there may be like a bunch of series that do that way. Like, I've seen it associated with water before, too. Water, again, makes a degree of sense, and I guess maybe that's where the logic comes from? Like, maybe I'm just assuming that since the abilities we've received with that element have been ice, that it's actually ice and it's not just water, which happens to have ice under its heading. Yes, that would make sense. mean to grab the bat, but I would have been happy to see it go. I don't know why I'm stealing this thing's soul. I didn't need it. But it tasted good. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. That was a complete waste of SP to do that. I wonder if you could experience when you soul drain something. Actually, I should check that. Nope, that's the trade-off. You don't get experience for draining them. So I just watched our next experience there and it didn't move. So that's something to keep in mind, is you actually lose out on experience if you have to drain an enemy. That's actually, again, a decent balancing idea, because it means you can't just purely profit by walking around draining every enemy you encounter. Which then encourages you to actually use your other means of healing and use the soul drain heal as a last resort. Which, since a weak enemy is dropping strong potions, it definitely feels like healing is encouraged. Yeah, we've been going faster than an abyss an hour, so if I go long today, we probably could beat this today, but like I said, I didn't intend to go long in order to do it in one go. The only thing is, I don't know if I'm doing this on Thursday or if I'm going to wait till next week to finish it. Becomes the only real question mark there. Because it really depends on what I decide I want to do Thursday. And if any other surprises get released or anything. Because as it stands, it seems likely that I'll just do this and get this finished on Thursday. But I don't want to set that in stone because there's been so many games coming out this month. And even though I've been keeping an eye on the upcoming games, that doesn't mean something isn't going to surprise drop. Is there's been a lot of surprise drops. Makes it hard sometimes, you know? And I still have other things I need to arrange with a handful of people. Because I know there were a couple things I planned to do, and then it's been a while since those got brought up. So I need to actually follow through on that. And see if the people involved still want to even do it. Because, you know, the classic, things are complicated to do with others because others have schedules just like you do. Or, more accurately, have much more complicated schedules than you do. Yeah, let's see what happens if we just, like, gun forward instead of checking every nook and cranny. I feel like this is gonna backfire on me, especially since we already died in this area once to regular enemies, but gotta spice things up sometimes, you know? What a reversal. We just stole the soul of a succubus. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to work the other way around usually. You know what? Give me your soul too. Just because you upset me. And what is that skill? Kiss of the bow. Okay, it's like a AoE arrow thing. That's kind of disappointing, but sure, why not? Though I did mention before that having a bow would be a good idea, and it certainly would be useful to have a bow. Yeah, I'm even more confused why she has the bow skill when her main attack seems to be a grab. So I guess they just didn't have a skill to give her, so they just put the bow skill in her hands because they needed to put it somewhere? I don't know. I'm comfortable with how much damage we're doing, so I'm gonna go ahead and start raising other stats again. In before that backfires on me yet again. Because every time I get comfortable with the numbers involved, disaster strikes. Strong SP potion, okay. Yeah, our own attacks keep dragging us close enough to something that the spear stops hitting. That's kind of why I really want to move away from the spear, because it's an easy way to get myself in trouble. But the poison javelin's also just really good. And you may be wondering, well, why not just use the skill without the weapon? You can't. You have to have the right weapon in order to use the skill. The magic skills are the exception because they have no associated weapon. Which is interesting considering there are rods, so you'd think you would have to have a rod in order to be able to use magic. But instead the rods just make magic a lot better. Seems like this level's very linear. Like, we haven't even had a side path anywhere yet. No sooner was I like, I'm done with side paths for the moment. Did we get a level with no side paths? Like, fine, you don't want them? Here, none. You get none. But the way it loaded for a second there, I really thought we straight up were hitting the exit, but we still didn't get any other paths. Weird. There we go, it finally split. I was starting to worry that we literally had gotten a straight line level. They really just stand there and take it, huh? You would think they'd at least have, like, the rotating dodge of the fairies, but no, they just kind of stand there and let you... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what this is doing to me. It doesn't seem to be, like, reversing my controls. And I can still use my skills properly. I think maybe it was occasionally making me move differently? Question mark? Not really sure what that effect was supposed to do. Maybe it made my SP drain higher or something when I used skills. I wasn't watching that. Yeah, let that be a lesson. The moment you become complacent is the moment where everything starts to go wrong again. Yep, strong potion. Yet again, the side path disappoints. don't get me wrong, especially now that I'm not using rest right now. There's a world in which I actually need every single potion I can pick up. But at the same time, there's a very real possibility that I won't be able to react fast enough to use the potion when I need it anyway. I was debating whether it'd be worth the experience to clean that room out. And the answer is not especially. Like, turning around I don't think would be worth it, but resuming killing on the way probably is a good idea, just so we don't fall behind too far. Monster's Feather? Like, we're getting so many material items, I feel like they have to be used somewhere. Like, the old man said to bring him things that you don't know what to do with, too. But I didn't get a prompt to give him any of those things. Now, I remember distinctly that you could do something of that sort. I just apparently am not remembering how. Oh yeah, the yellow thing is the anti-paralytic that we found. And yeah, that entire room was like 200 experience, so it's not super worth it. It adds up, of course, but you don't get an immediate return on investment. There we go. Speaking of immediate return on investment. Wow, that did a lot of damage. You, give me your soul. You need to make up for the damage you've done. God, I hate how deceptive the range on that soul steal is. We are doing way less damage, so it's some manner of weakening effect. That much is clear. Maybe that's paralysis in this game? But why it would be shown by a question mark and just reduce your damage is beyond me. Like, it reducing damage makes a degree of sense, because if your muscles are paralyzed, you're not going to get the same force out of them. It's just the question mark that's confusing. For obvious reasons. Exit? Exit! Yeah, we've got through the Rotten Sea way faster because we started just kind of cutting corners a little bit. Same statue, yep, powerful monster. Let's head back and prep. Ooh, add another attack to the sword combo. Rest more. Engulf yourself in flames and lunge at the enemy. Create a tornado. Increase movement speed for a brief period. Those two sound useful, though just like turbo expensive. Part of me is pondering the idea of this Saint armor before we go into the boss fight. It's probably a good idea because of how much it raises our defense. Because I don't really want a repeat of the Minotaur incident. But I can also be a wise man and purchase a resurrection as well. That seems like a good idea. Let's go around town a little bit before I get rid of the materials. Like, see if the information center has something useful for me on that topic. Do you have anything about soul capture that I don't already know? Yeah, see, there's the confirmation of 1/10 of your max SP. Yeah, this is all things we already knew. I don't need to know how to use items. I was hoping you'd tell me other things about items. Right? Hit things, gain experience. Items drop. Wait, what was that? Okay, no, it just said can be sold. Like, the only other people I could think of that might be able to tell me something useful might be the two old people, which sounds like a wild concept, but, you know. Eh, not gonna worry about it. Here's something I can quickly do instead. Yeah, I kind of figured the way this title is makes it very hard to get any answers about this. I've lost interest in dealing with that. We'll just keep going as we are. And if I'm missing something, meh, it's fine. We're doing just fine without that information. It just seems very odd. But it may very well be that these monster parts are literally just for selling for more money than the average item. Get rid of all these regular SP potions because I don't need them. I probably should get rid of the cold rod as well. I don't really see myself using it at the moment. There's also still the world in which we upgrade from the flame spear to the javelin. Or pick up a crossbow, because the crossbow does hit harder. But we'd have to figure out bow movement right now, and I'm not super about that when we're going into a boss fight. So I think we'll do the same thing we did with the Minotaur. We'll go in as we are. If we get destroyed, I'll buy better gear and do it again. And then do it better. That seems like good enough an idea. This 4, stage 4. We'll organize our inventory now that we're here because I forgot to do that. Ah, that's the resurrection. Okay. Move that down, move that down. We have a bunch of other healing potions, so I want to put them where I can easily access them, since we aren't going to be using the rest skill at the moment. These 6 potions are going to have to be enough. Unless I trade my poison spear for rest again. But the poison spear seems like it'll be useful in a boss fight to attack the boss from range while we wait out an attack, so we'll stick with what we got. Dark Child of God, Dark Knight. Well, you look scary. It burns, Cerberus. Ugh. I have a little sister and a girlfriend. Good for you. Is that Gamo there? I can't make it. Everyone, take care of Phinia. Ah. Sure thing, buddy. You keep lying at me. So, oh wow. Wow. Okay. That's got a wide sweep to it. Understood. Yikes. Okay, this guy is strong. And I'm doing like no damage to him. If we can keep him throwing waves out though, ow, you know, as long as we don't get hit with one, we might actually be okay. Wrong way. I should have went for two. At least not at that moment. Yeah. Oh, the resurrection does not give you any health, huh? Yikes. I think we're losing. I think we're losing this round, folks. Unless I do really well at this point, which is possible. We're doing a lot of damage to him. Problem is, if he catches me with a set of swings again, we're bad at places. Got greedy, but got away with it. Oh, he changed things up. He had a dash move. Ooh. Wow, that covers a lot of ground. Okay, yeah, I have to take him seriously. We're gonna have to upgrade. I could probably beat him as we are, but it's gonna be dicey. Considering we got him down to half health after losing basically like all of our resources before I even knew what was happening. I don't think resurrections are gonna be that worth keeping though. If it only brings you back at 5 hit points, that's not great. Let's invest in the Javelin and the Saint Armor. That should buff us up enough that he won't just destroy me. Hopefully. We are losing agility, but I think that was actually as much because of the lightning armor as it was the Saint armor, now that I think about it. His lightning armor probably was raising our agility. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and commit to selling the Cold Rod. Because I don't think I'm gonna turn around and use it now that we bought the Javelin. I'm almost tempted to grab a couple more strong potions because he does a lot of damage. Yeah. I'll grab 2 more. Give myself a little bit of leeway in case I make mistakes. Which, fun fact, probably going to. But 8 potions instead of the amount we had should be enough to make this work, now that we've been upgraded. Just gotta make sure to save so I don't lose this reality if I die. Because I could, you know, win the fight and then roll back and see if I could win with the previous equipment, but no. Because even if we beat him and like scraped through the fight barely with what we had before, we probably would have issues immediately afterwards. I should have checked to see if we had a level to spend. So I might have forgotten to spend one, though I think I just looked at it and we didn't. But it's now bugging me. Yeah, we have no points to spend. Didn't think so. Yeah, that deals way more damage and he deals way less. It is upsetting when he just focuses on trying to stab me instead of going for his wave attacks, though. Come on. Yeah, it seems like he can't throw them diagonally, so if I stay at a diagonal, he seems to have a really hard time figuring out what to do with me. Which is what I discovered last time, and I debated just making use of that with our current gear. And I probably would have won on that standard already. But I was worried about this phase of the fight, as far as standing at diagonals and cheesing him goes. I am so glad I invested in the Poison Spear move. Resurrection paid off. I got a little too greedy and the Resurrection saved the day. Oh, we would have lost that to greed if I hadn't had that Resurrection. Because I thought I could hit him one more time before he hit us, otherwise I would have healed. Ironic that at the end of the day, I only used what I bought. I didn't even use what I had on me. Oh, hey, good thing I didn't buy the Frozen Glacier Sword. That's what he gave me. Okay. Which is weaker than the Javelin, aside from a mental. Unfortunate. You know, I just had a thought. I need to test something after we get out of here. I just had an idea. It's something I hadn't tried doing, but it just hit me. Why haven't I tried that? Let me, yeah, I can't go back in right now anyway. You can't go through the Abyss Gate right now. Yep, massive release of energy. Yeah, same thing as usual. I meant to save before going in there anyway. But I was gonna quickly go back in, not to fight the knight again. I was actually gonna go back, because I want to test a theory that I just had. But we'll deal with that in a second after we go do the plot. So the White Ghost, Rusio, was being controlled by Cerberus. He was a symbol of our country, and that's probably why he was targeted. I hear he had a family to protect and a woman he loved. I shall take full responsibility for their continued well-being. That is the least I can do for a royal soldier. This is your payment. 40,000. Okay. Fighting him must have been difficult for you. He was a good man. Still, my kingdom needs you to drive away the evil threatening it and protecting its people. If you want to call me a heartless person, then please feel free. But right now, I need you to fight for the people of this kingdom. Please protect us. Go forth and do all of the work, please. Burning Blade instead of Frozen Glacier. Gilbulb. Firebow. Flame Rod. I'm noticing a theme here. We're getting a lot of fire stuff suddenly. Philosopher's Robe. Cursed Armor. Oh, this is the where to become battle hungry. I wonder if that's actually a mechanic or not. It gives a lot of attack, but gives no further defense than what we have right now. It's kind of tempting. It's kind of tempting. Weak to ice, protected from fire as expected. Wonder Armor I think might be the better choice for me. Both because it raises our luck, but it still gives us yet further defense than we had before and no weaknesses. But we won't worry about that right now as usual. No new rings. Greater potions. Save again just so I don't have to do the dialogue again. Percy thought of his family and the women he loved to the very end. That's just like him. Well, you never know what's gonna happen to us soldiers. I mean, that goes for you too, right? So don't worry about it. If you have time to worry about that, focus on protecting the things he left behind, so we can go to heaven without worry. So, what are you gonna do? That's what I figured, is they were giving all that fire stuff and we're going into a fire area. But I'm actually gonna go back here for a second. So I want to test a theory. And I'm going to test it in a safe environment. What if... Yeah, I do a lot of damage to him. I don't want to kill him. Nope, can't soul capture them. Okay, that answers my question. I realized I hadn't tried to soul capture a boss, and I was wondering if I was missing out on any kind of like powerful skills or something by not doing that. So I figured we'd pop in, smack the Minotaur for a second, and figure out whether we could get anything from him or not. And much to my complete lack of surprise, no, you don't actually get anything special from them. Nice even 100 attack, get one more defense. There we go. Let's move one of these up to the front page just so I remember that I have one. Clean this up a bit. Just because it's gonna bother me if that inventory's a mess. I had another thought and it just slipped out of my brain the moment. Oh yeah, I was gonna get rid of more of the skills I'm not using. This way we have room for the new stuff. Oh wait, that's taking them back. I want to deposit. Deposit Dominator. Yeah, Venom Cloud's probably better. Put these away. There we go. Okay. This is some fitting music for this area, I'll definitely say that. Ooh, you guys throw fire, okay. Got him. Rest more, okay, so the better healing skill was off of you. Weird, but okay. Fire dogs. Oh wow, that died way faster than I thought. Salamander souls, so that's how we get at that fire skill. Okay. Yeah, they don't do a scary amount of damage. Interesting that they have the same sound effect as the Wolfmen do. But I guess they can only fit so many sound effects, especially with all the other things they fit onto the cartridge. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if these guys weren't resistant to fire, being in a volcano. Ozone. Like, I'm sure some of this stuff probably isn't, but there would definitely be things that are in here. It would be incredibly weird or otherwise. So just imagine they pull a sneaky on you and everything in here is actually weak to fire. Which, on that note, arguably I should actually switch to the ice sword because I presume they'll actually be weak to ice. Even though it's a little bit of a damage downgrade. It's not much of a damage downgrade. That does seem to be effective. And this allows us to change up our skill set a bit. Okay, that's entirely too slow and seems to only do poisoning. Maybe not that spell. Okay, that just makes me hurt things that are near me. That's not bad, but it's not great. That is a good amount of healing, though. We didn't get a skill off the Wolfmen yet, did we? The Salamander Soul was off the orange guys. These guys. They do hit pretty hard. Yeah, you guys, I don't think I have your soul yet. Oh wow, they are just as dangerous as they used to be, because that combo, if they get it off, hits really hard. Give me your soul. Yep, Swallow Strike. Kinda figured. Strike the enemy twice very quickly. Okay. That'll work. Yeah, no, things have suddenly gotten very dangerous. I really should stop burning potions. I have Rest More literally equipped right now. I actually do need to be going this way, apparently. So I apparently went backwards. Yeah, I sure did, now that I look at this room. Yeah, Swallow Strike being a double attack that doesn't move you forward much makes it actually pretty useful. As long as you are at the right range for it. Like, that's the downside to it not moving, is you actually have to have your spacing correct for it to work. Or you could be cheeky like I do there and just walk your regular attacks in so that you're protected from them attacking you. You gotta be careful that your combo doesn't run out at the worst possible time. Yeah, protection from fire armor would actually be good here because this place is relatively consistent, unlike the earlier areas that were a bit of a scatterplot of elements. But I'm just worried about them doing the haha funny ice enemy in here randomly to screw over the people that are wearing the fire protection armor. So I've seen that trick pulled too many times to not be expecting that. Keep hitting the wrong button and ending up resting instead of attacking. Yeah, the sword was definitely a good choice to switch to. The spear would be entirely too vulnerable with this many fast enemies around. It would have been a horrible mistake. Oh hey, fire sword. Neat. I should probably switch to that, said no one ever. Let me switch to the fire weapon while I'm in the fire zone. That would be such a great idea. It couldn't possibly backfire. So I might switch to it against the boss, depending on if the boss seems obviously fire-oriented or not. Okay, there's the flame mail, so I'm glad I didn't buy it, because that saves me a lot of money. Now that I will actually switch to. Yeah, because it gives us more attack, more defense, and more mental. Something I should test. You, hit me. Okay, it just does less damage. I was wondering if this would be one of those games where being resistant to something sufficiently makes it heal you or not. But I guess we're only resistant, not like overflow resistant. Wow, the defense increase was definitely worth it though. A barrage like that would have killed us wearing the previous armor. And you know, it never hurts to have just a touch more attack, too. I'm getting beat up, so I do need to be somewhat sensible in my movements instead of just blitzing. Oh yeah, that might have something to do with the fact that we're getting beat up a bit. The fact that I forgot to spend 2 levels worth of points again. Let's advance our luck a little bit. I just don't like seeing my luck stat being that much lower than everything else. It does seem like there's critical hits, because I think when the orange effect is happening, I think is a crit instead of a regular hit. So having some decent luck on your side could actually be beneficial. I don't know that, of course. I'm just surmising based on the information I have. Yeah, the biggest problem with Swallow Strike is that slight delay as it starts up. I keep timing it wrong and getting my shit kicked in. Which I suppose is roughly equivalent to me just missing all those swings like I just did there. Labyrinth water? What the hell does that do? Mysterious water that doesn't get hot. Okay, good. I'm glad. I wish I had the power to not get hot at all. That would be very nice. Monster skin. More strong potions. Who needs a potion seller when you have so many strong potions just laying around? It's interesting how we keep going back and forth in weird swings here where we go from, oh, this is tough, to, wow, we're just breezing right through, to, ooh, this is tough again, back to, ooh, breezing again. Like, it's interesting how it's a very swingy game in more ways than just I'm going around swinging at everything. And it's even swingy when I'm walking around just looting enemies, because we didn't even buy any of the gear we're using right now. We found all of it. We could have bought it, but we didn't. Labyrinth water. I'm starting to think that the brown bags that are just like shaped like regular bags, not like a satchel, are just like the rare drop that isn't an equipment item. I think that's exactly what that is. Since the dark brown reddish bags are equipment. I was gonna say, man, this place is long. But as usual, the moment you think that it's getting too long, you manage to end up where you're going. It's also actually labeled Inferno here. The last one was Rotten Sea, and I didn't comment on it. Whoop, we got Fire Ogres. What do you guys got? Well, you got Death, that's what you have. Oh, did I get canceled at the last second, or did I get... I got canceled out of it literally at the last possible second. Oh, great. Stronger versions of you little bastards, too. Nope, just give me your soul. I'm not even gonna bother lowering you. Burning Pillar. Kinda figured. You, give me your soul. Son of a bitch. I just want to steal a soul. Is that so much to ask for? Heavy Tomahawk. Okay. Makes sense. Throw your axe at the enemy to attack. That's pretty good. Funny that we got the level 3 fire before the level 2. And yeah, that's gonna work exactly how you saw them casting it. You just put 3 fire pillars in front of you. Which admittedly could be quite useful. Is I'm betting it's gonna have multi-hit to it. So that could actually be a good spell. I just don't need that spell at the moment. Because, you know, fire wouldn't really help in the fire area now, would it? Yep. Oh, she also throws fireballs from behind her little fire pillar wall. Ouch. No, no more. Stop with the biting. Use one of those and one of those, one of those. Yeah, we still have 1,000 experience to go, so that was the right choice. I should have checked before using those resources whether we were in a level soon. But with the condition we were getting to be in, it seemed like a good idea. Yeah, because we only gained 600 out of all of those. So we'll probably gain our level in this room. Unless I shortcut through it, which I'm not going to because I'm trying to get said level. And there it is. If nothing else, I wanted the full SP recharge. Oh, and this was a dead end. Well, that's a shame. Got those two. That way it's nicely rounded off. Like, I keep trying to keep my stats cleaned up, and instead it ends up dismantling it with the points I'm getting and the levels and the gear and the everything else. I will keep seesawing it back into normalcy, and then it's just gonna fall apart again. Ow. You know, you would think running around swinging a chunk of ice down here in a volcano would just mean that your weapon would melt. But, you know, magic ice, I guess. That was greedy of me. I should have just swung. With how long it took him to swing, I would have had him before he countered me. Oh well. Not like it really hurt that much. Well, that was a bit of mutually assured destruction there, huh? She threw fire in my face, and I put a sword through her head. Battle axe obtained. Well, that would work well with the heavy tomahawk move we got. How strong is that battle axe? Not bad. Makes me stupid, but that's expected of a big, brutish axe. 10 mental down is a little concerning. Let's at least see how heavy tomahawk looks. Yep, that's exactly what I would expect that to look like. Yeet. Flame rod, nice. Very good hit count, too. It just keeps hitting as long as something's in its radius. So this might actually be a boss-killing move. Like, make sure to have a really strong axe on hand and then just start spamming heavy tomahawk. And I say bosses because I'm assuming at least one boss coming up is probably going to be a reasonably large model again, thus giving you a lot of surface area to hit with the tomahawk. This is just silly. Obliterate screen with throwing axes. And to think, I almost didn't try this because I didn't really like the axe that much. But this is just too good. Can't lose if nothing can hit you. And they certainly can't hit me if they're dead before they know what's happening. It's, you know, murderizing my SP, but that's fine. That's That's why it's fine. Level up. It's a little silly that it makes a giant explosion sound, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. Go ahead and round off that attack stat again. There we go. Since these starting rooms are guaranteed to be safe, I'm gonna get up for a second. I'll be right back while the ad runs. Okay, once more into the breach. Providing, yep, okay, I unmuted properly. We're good, very good. Onward. I know people are gonna still be in ads, but honestly, you're not missing much with me walking through the same old area. There's chopping more monsters by throwing giant axes of doom. Ooh, new enemy though. Gimme. Add one sword. Well, that makes a compelling reason for me to go back to using the sword. Weird that the little dragonoid looking thing gives a sword skill. Especially when it actively breathes fire. Fire Fork came from the weird fire ghost. Call down a ball of fire. Consecutive blows equal more damage. I mean, the logic follows, but explain. Oh, I guess it just like... Oh, it hovers in front of you. Huh, interesting. Okay, I'll bite. Get bullied with a ball of fire. Interesting. Like, it doesn't do much damage around here because obviously it's fire against fire enemies and our intelligence isn't great. But that would actually be a really powerful spellcaster attack. Especially considering it's a hit stunning move, it would be ridiculous. I wonder if there's an add one axe move so you get a better axe combo. Because that's like the main reason I'm not actively using the axe, other than I just don't like axes that much to begin with. Just this little two-hit combo here is kind of sad. But this is hard to argue with. Just a little murder spin. Enough out of you. I think they can get away with putting a wall of fire in front of me. I'm gonna switch off the axe for now because we're running out of SP to use. And we'll switch in, add one sword. Okay. Because the idea is add one sword doesn't cost me any SP to use. So I can be more effective while still saving the SP. You know, outside of situations like that where my attack still doesn't quite reach my target. I think, nope, I still didn't get her. Why am I still chasing this thing? The answer is spite, but let's be real. There comes a point where it ceases being effective, and I'm just making a fool out of myself. And we got a ways to go before we gain a level, so I was right to switch. Not having a ranged attack anymore, though, is making these little fairies very annoying. As they used to be. Which, it's funny, we were catching them with the sword just fine before, and now that I stepped away from the sword for a bit again, I just started botching left and right. Which it makes sense. There's a little bit of an adaptation period between weapons each time. It's very interesting that we get bow skills naturally, but we've yet to see a bow drop naturally from anything. Oh my god, this room is hell. Okay, room successfully de-held. But this was a small room with a bunch of fire wave throwing fairies and fire ghosts. This would have been awful if I couldn't get control of that fight. That would have been a complete and utter disaster. There we go. Sure, we'll go ahead and go back to the axe now, because we can go back to throwing axes everywhere. There we go. Cursor off screen. I'll keep doing basic attacks against the ghosts, but these little blights on the landscape can get an axe thrown at them. I don't care how strong or weak they are, they deserve to have an axe thrown through them. These up. I know there's an enemy nearby. Ignoring them. There we go. I can't believe I got away with ignoring them and just spending my stat points. It's like, it's fine. What are they gonna do? Touch me? Oh no. I was trying to line up hitting all three of them. Another flame rod. Two for one I'll take on those. The only reason I'm not throwing it at the ghosts that often is the fact that a lot of the time they would disappear right as we threw it, so it would just go through them. Oh hey, this room looks familiar. Like, I think that's the one real downside this game has, is you start to notice identical rooms a bit. Like, obviously you already have identical enemies in mass, which that's just kind of expected. But sometimes, since these rooms are modular, you see the same module repeated a fair bit. But again, probably space issues on the DS cartridge. I wonder if I'm running out of inventory space yet. I feel like I probably am soon. So we've been picking up a lot of stuff and not really using anything. What do you know? No sooner did I think that, turns out we just filled our inventory. It's like I know. It's like I actually keep track without actually keeping track. Oh, there's an item there. Remember, items will be sent to storage if you can't fit them. So it's fine to pick up extras. They told me that things would be put in storage, and apparently that was a lie. Oh good, it was just another potion. I don't know what I was expecting. Wow, that's not the exit either, huh? Okay. We're almost to the 4th floor, which is why I'm not warping back to get rid of inventory, so we're not leaving a bunch of stuff behind. But it really seems to have no interest in actually letting me out of here. Which, you know, that's not a shock. Bring, 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 bring. Oh, there's so many fairies here. You all need to perish. I was gonna say you all need to burn, but if you burn, that means you're burning me, and I don't want that. I feel better now. Exit? Jesus. Did they really just send me right back into the same room again? Very similar room. It's definitely one we've seen multiple times on our way through here, because there seems to only be like 1 or 2 of these corner rooms. There we go. And this is another reason why I'm kind of splitting this game between parts, is because I'm pretty sure this game would start to wear out its welcome if I went for the whole thing in one go. Just because of the amount of repetition. It's keeping it just fresh enough with the skills and such we're gaining so far, but the rooms are where it's starting to fall on its face a little bit. So let's see, the javelin's now outmoded, so we can get rid of that. Which is a shame, because the spear has been very good to us. Frozen Glacier we'll keep for the second, because if the enemy coming up is actually weak to ice, that's what we're gonna want. Labyrinth Waters are worth a lot. Saint Armor can go ahead and go away, because we don't need it anymore. Monster Skin's worth a lot as well. Like, they really expect you to be spending a lot of money based on how much money they're giving us with these items. So this might also be a side effect of the fact that I increased our luck a bit further again. And we may just be getting much better drops now. But I feel like it's just, this is what drops at this point in the game. Look at all these strong potions. Jesus. Like, obviously the big thing now is greater potions, but that's a lot of potions. So I would be losing attack and defense to get the Wonder Plate at this point, so I think I'm better off keeping the Flame Mail, unless they pull a funny on me and actually send an ice attack at me. But I don't think they're gonna do that, because if they were going to do that, I feel like it would have happened already, and we already had a boss that used ice attacks. I could get this better axe and use that with the throwing move. In fact, I think I will do that. I don't think wind will be good against fire, but it won't be worse than anything, presumably. Oh yeah, there is an add one axe. Okay. I'm not gonna spend the money to get it, but acknowledging that it's there is good. It does make me wonder if I missed some of the things along the way. That there is... brain. The fact that there's skills in the shop that we didn't encounter, even as we're reaching the end of the area, makes me wonder if there are skills that I missed. That's what I was trying to say, and then Brain wanted to jumble those words, something fierce. Okay, so we don't need the battle axe anymore at all. Don't mind me, my body is just staging a minor revolution right now, and I don't appreciate it. We're gonna deposit some of these strong potions, because I don't think I need all of them with me right now. I'm just gonna quickly clean up the inventory a little bit. I do want them in easy reach. And that's the other reason why I'm like, I don't really need that many potions. Because I basically just need enough to fill the screen like we have here. And I could fill the screen completely, like replace the swords and the one Saint statue with it, but if I need that many potions, we're probably not ready for what we're fighting. And I should probably have rethought things. Okay, we did spend our points already. Our attack is scary high compared to everything else. Like, we can combine our luck, our agility, mental, and intelligence, and we're roughly about the same. Because intelligence and mental together is 86, and then you go up to 127 with the luck. And then you're just over with the agility, basically. It's ridiculous. We didn't save, did we? So I think I should save. And even if we didn't, we just did a bunch of inventory management. There we go. So let's go do the... What is this, 5th Abyss? Yeah, 5th Abyss boss. I don't know why I'm even keeping those swords on the first page, because we're not going to be able to switch to them in this fight. Yeah, I figured. Hound of Fire, Cerberus. Considering it was mentioned in the last area, I kind of figured that was going to be the boss here. Ah, another foolish human has stumbled into the abyss. The last one was pretty troublesome guy. Thanks to him, one got away. I doubt he'll be lucky. Okay, you're spewing a lot of fireballs and you can jump. Oh, you're fast. Shame for you, you're gonna die fast. But you might kill me just as fast as I kill you. Unless you just sit there and take axes like that. Problem is it keeps running out of the arena. So a ranged attack definitely was the right course here, though, because he would be very hard to hit otherwise. Yeah, this fight is actually kind of a joke with the heavy tomahawk. Easy. I don't think I even needed to buy the Boreas axe, but it was the right choice. We kind of clowned on Cerberus, and I do feel a little bad. Hey, our first natural bow. The fire bow. Like, I wonder if some of the enemies we fought were supposed to drop bows and the drop rates were just really bad or something. Because we didn't sit there and kill everything enough for every drop they have, I think. Because some enemies we fought I don't think dropped any equipment that we ended up getting. Because I didn't, you know, sit there and farm the hell out of them. Yeah, we didn't even end up using any potions on that fight. I think that's the first fight we didn't have to use any potions for, isn't it? Huh. So we did very much cheese that fight pretty hard by just throwing an endless sea of axes at him. It is what it is. That's how these games go sometimes. I'm truly grateful for your defeat of Cerberus. Who knew just throwing axes at him would win? Huh. Now we should be able to avoid danger for the time being. This is all thanks to you, and that infinite supply of axes. Please accept my kingdom's gratitude. 75,000 Lufia. You have defeated many demons and saved the kingdom from ruin. I have put you through a lot with my requests. However, you overcame all of the obstacles and dedicated yourself to your task. I am forever grateful. I feel secure in your presence. Please lend us your strength from here on out. We are forever in your debt. I really thought it was going to roll credits there with the way she was talking. And I was going to be very confused. Because she really made it sound like the evil had been defeated. And I'm like, no, 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 it's not over yet. There's more. There's definitely got to be more. So what's in the shop now? Lightning swords. Okay. Power of the Thunder God sealed within. Earthquaker. Gungnir. Artemis cannon. I almost want to buy that just because that sounds really cool. And of course the wind rod. Which just sounds disappointing in comparison to the names of so many of these other things. Like, you got legendary spears and things with gods stuffed in them. And then you got a little wind rod that may as well be one of those little pinwheels. Crusader Mail, Armor of Eternal Darkness. I get the feeling we must be getting later on in the game with gear to be named like that. Ice plate. Like, based on the how long to beat time, we should be halfway through the game. But it really is acting like we're in the final bits here, and I might have been just faster than the average time, but I feel like that's not true, considering we had to redo a few things. Okay, so the Earth Ring raises defense, attack, and mental. As you'll notice, each of these raises 2 stats. Well, then again, the fire one... Yeah, the fire one also would give us 20 attack. And that would raise my luck. The Earth Ring's the smart choice. But, you know, I am kind of all about fire. Or to begin with. And it raises agility and luck, which are kind of my favorite things usually, so... Sonic Trace. Add 1 axe. There's not actually a 4th axe skill yet. Add 2 lands. Okay. Invisible Shot. Yeah, not everything got their 4th ability in the shop yet. Wind Bomb. Decreases the amount of time to cast a spell. Does seem very powerful because it takes a while to cast things. So it could actually be a really good trick to have, like, a very powerful spell and this. And just, like, spam out whatever the powerful spell is. That is if you were magic focused. Which we currently aren't. We are currently arguably axe focused at the moment. I'm gonna let the frozen glacier go, because I'm assuming we're done with the area that's weak to ice now. I'm gonna hang on to the fire bow because we haven't actually used a bow yet at all in this game, and it seems only fair to utilize that. We're obviously putting the ruby ring on because it will just be better than the ring we were wearing. But after I'm done with inventory management and everything, I am going to wrap up for today. And we will finish this game, like I said, either on Thursday or on next Monday or Friday. It might actually end up being Friday depending on how this week plays out. I just keep wiggle room on Fridays, as you know, for specific reasons. Okay. So with all that bookkeeping done, I don't think we had any stat points to spend, right? I think I spent those already. It's the only other thing I could have been forgetting. No, I did forget those. Okay. Let's round up our int to 45. There we go. And I'll go ahead and quickly save again before I forget to do so. Because I will definitely forget to do so as soon as the camera goes off. I will probably be closing the emulator and everything, so it would have been an issue. Which, speaking of, just in case the DS does anything funny, save state. And redundant save state. There we go. So let's find somewhere to be while this little bit of music plays in our ears. Because I'm not feeling tired enough that I absolutely have to stop. But with the headache and everything I had yesterday, I'm kind of playing it a little easier today, for lack of a better way of putting it, to avoid getting another headache. I'm assuming it's what was a weather-based headache, but it's better to hedge bets, you know? And I see no reason to go ham today. I just need to make a decision. Oh, that's very funny. That's actually very funny. Yeah, you remember that curse game I just played not too long ago? Somebody else is playing it now. Another one of my retro people's playing it, and it just makes me laugh. It's like, aha, I did it first. And I'm betting they didn't even notice, but it just makes me laugh regardless. I had somebody in particular in mind, but they're not on right now. There was somebody who would asked me to play this when I brought up the DS poll before. So obviously I was gonna raid them to show them, hey, I did the thing. Because I don't think they caught the memo. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know. If I were a betting man, I'd say they're probably ending soon. But I'm gonna check to see how long they've been on. Where'd they go? There they are. How long have you been going? You're doing charity, so you probably are going long. That strikes me as they're probably wrapping up before too long. Otherwise, I would send support their way, both because it's been a while and they're doing a charity broadcast. But at that length of time, they're almost certainly wrapping before too long. Is all your ship broken this time? No, it looks like things are working at the moment. But then again, we've also been there recently. I need to be more decisive, but I'm bad at that. Do 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 do. Losing my mind step by step, because that's just how I work. It doesn't help that this music making my brain fall asleep. Tell you what, I have chosen to coin help. Alright. The coin has made the decision for me. So, actually, before I commit to that, let me make sure where we're going on that one. Yeah, no, that'll be fine. Been over there relatively recently as well, but it's been after the others at least, so I'm not looping as hard. Now, bit of a forewarning, they are playing a horror game, they're playing Demonologist, so viewer beware. So, there you go on that one. But you've seen Lucia here at least once. Yeah, I think only once, because we played Gunfire that one time. We keep meaning to do more things, but it just doesn't line up. She's got a busy schedule, I am scatterbrained. That's how this be. Yeah. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. I already discussed schedule, so we won't go back over that again. We have passed 450, so I may do something special. Even though I didn't set a goal for it, I may throw something special together. I may also save that for Halloween. I haven't decided yet. Just understand, I have something cooking in my head. I may just make it both. We'll see. But yeah, with all that said, be good to Lucia. She is wonderful, and I will see you all on Thursday. Good night, everybody.